Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining me on a Saturday, on a weekend. We're gonna continue playing some of the activities in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yesterday we finished the Alaska bush trip. That was a 6-hour journey. If you didn't catch the live, you can watch the 2 replays I posted on my YouTube channel. And I know they're long streams, but in the description I always put time codes for different parts of the stream. So if you want to skip forward or go back, you can use those time codes. And today, we're going to continue on some of these bush trips. And we're going to maybe do... I don't know. If anyone's in the stream yet, I might wait a couple more minutes for a few people to join. But let me know in the comments if you prefer a certain trip. We got Denmark, Finland, Iceland. Iceland would be cool. I've never been or flown in Iceland. So maybe we can do that one. We got Norway, Sweden. Ooh, the Alps. Quite a few trips with the Bush Mass or the Cub X with the tail wheel. A few caravans. Ooh, flow flying. That'll be a good trip. Iberia. Kimberley Coast. I'm assuming that's Australia. Ooh, we got a DC-3. That'll be a challenging trip. I've never flown a DC-3 or started one, so we could figure that out together. Nevada. Okay, yeah, I've been to Vegas quite a few times. So flying around on a tail wheel will be interesting around there. So maybe we could stick with the northern theme and go to Reykjavik. So this is a 4-hour. Well, let's see if we have time. Yeah, we might be able to do this in one stream. Flying across all of Iceland. Mostly all paved runway. So we are starting at Vestur. Well, I'm not going to pronounce that. Good old Icelandic names. To Reykjavik. Number of legs, just under 4 hours. Well, let's do it. Let's starting at this small airport. Oh wow, we're circumnavigating all of Iceland. Okay, that's cool. So 728 nautical mile trip. We might shave a few legs here, but we're taking off in sunrise, I hope, instead of flying at night. 7-minute leg. Oh, that's just telling us about the caravan. I see. 7-hour range is what the fuel was. Got it. Yeah, that's our endurance. Okay, max range. So we're good for the fuel. This is oh, we're already rolling here. Let's put the park brake on so we can get familiar with the cockpit first. It's really dark. All our external lights are on, but it feels a little bit dark in the cockpit. So let's see if I can't find some lights. Pedestal, there we go, lighting. There's all the lighting. So let's give that a little floodlight on the right side. Panel, oh yes. Now we're cooking with fire. That looks about right. Again, I'm not sure if this is sunrise or sunset, but we're gonna... Something is up with my propeller. I don't know if it's glitching out or what's going on. So I think, there we go. So that lever's working, that lever's working. What else do we have? That's all inoperative. Okay, think we got familiar with the airplane. Everything's running. We have our lights set to the correct brightness. All the lights are on. Cabin seatbelt signs are on. Smoking lights. We can do pitot heat. Stall. That's an operative. That's an operative. Fluid control, so we don't need that at the moment. We should have autopilot. So we got vertical navigation. We got our altitude selector, so maybe we'll set 3000. That's been working really well for now. Course, I'm not sure. So we're taking off. Heading 030 and our first track is 05. Basically we're on an island, maybe. Let's look at our map. So we are on an island. We're taking off and we're flying our first heading of 050. So we can pre-select that on the heading so that we're ready to go. We do have everything programmed in the FMS. Which bush trip is this? This is the Iceland. Circumnavigation of all of Iceland in this Cessna Caravan. So it's a 4-hour journey. I think we can do it all in one stream. I'm going to try my best. Right now we're just getting familiar with the airplane. Getting everything set up. And then we're going to take off. We might shave a few legs just to save a little bit of time. Sometimes these flight plans are taking us a little bit unnecessarily out of the way. But we'll see. It's pretty much following the coast with a few zigzags. So we might save a few zigzags here and there. But yeah, looks like it's sunrise. So looks like our lighting setup is appropriate. We have our heading and our altitude, so when we take off I can engage the autopilot. We have 1 notch of flaps, and we looks like we're ready to go. So park brakes released. Full power, and off we go. And I'll start our timer as we get airborne and we make our turn to the right. Thanks for joining the stream, Bill Brower. Let me know where you are tuning in from. Yeah, let's sit a little bit higher so we can see over our nose. Alright, speed's over 80 knots. We're climbing nice and quickly at 1,000 feet. Flaps can come up. And let's engage the autopilot. See what it does. I think it's gonna level. So what we have to do is select vertical speed. There's the button. And we'll climb at about 1,500 feet per minute. We're going to 3,000 feet. And it's not following our heading. So we should engage that, which is here. There we go. And actually, have a nice flight. I'm from Wisconsin. Thank you very much. If you can, stick around. If not, we'll be here for 4 hours. Yeah. So because we have it programmed in the GPS, we can hit nav and it should follow the line, which would actually make this trip a lot easier, because I don't have to really pay super close attention to all the waypoints because they are programmed in the GPS. So what we can do is enjoy the view and the flight. This is awesome. So I'm gonna zoom out just to give us an idea of what we're about to expect. So we're going to this airport. Here's our first one. So that's the VOR navigation, or an NDB. What is that? NDB. I can't really click on the airport. We have to zoom in. There's the airport. I will not be able to pronounce a single name. I'm gonna attempt it and butcher it. Hornafjordur. We'll go with that. If you're from Iceland, don't kill me in the comments. Alright. It's 4,800 feet long. Bituminous. I don't... I'll have to Google that definition. I don't know what that means. I'm assuming that's pavement in Icelandic. Let's see. Well, the definition says containing or of the nature of bitumen. And if we look at the definition of bitumen, it's a black viscous mixture of hydrocarbons obtained naturally or as a residue from petroleum distillation. It is used for road surfacing and roofing. So basically, kind of like an asphalt, the black asphalt you see on the roads. It's not quite concrete. Hey Bill, currently working on my PPL and your videos have been a big help. Thank you very much. Glad you subscribed and you're finding them helpful. If there's any other questions you have, let me know. We'll try to answer them now. Otherwise, maybe I'll make a video on it. Anyway, so this airport is paved. It's 4,800 feet long. There's no ILS. We're not getting any weather from it. So this is where we are going on for our first landing. So currently we're on heading of 119 on our second leg. Let's see if I need to set anything up on our still trying to figure out some of my buttons. On the keyboard. Well, that's close. I mainly wanted to look at the power. So the more we torque it up, again, I've never flown a Caravan in real life. I'm just fine-tuning the prop to give us a little bit more of a bite. But it is slowing us down. So I'm just trying to basically how we had it. We were flying right at barber pole. This is what we just call the barber pole because it looks like a barber pole. But that's the max airspeed. Our ground speed is 177, so we do have a tailwind pushing us. So as you can see, I'm trying to... Oh, the levers are not there from this view. But basically, I'm trying to adjust the pitch on the propellers to give us a little bit more bite. Go a little bit coarser. And hopefully that accelerates our ground speed. No, it doesn't look like it's making much of a difference. Well, I torqued it up a little bit, but it's not making much of a difference. So how do I get to my main view? Got it. Let's see if anything else we missed. It is getting brighter, so we could turn all our lights up. Now this one's maybe a little too bright. Beautiful sunrise. Flying in Iceland. Can't see much detail because of the sunrise, but we have a few glaciers. There's some IFR traffic high above us. Gonna try to get more familiar with this Garmin GPS setup. It's been a long time since I played with these features. Okay, so we can switch from map to traffic to weather. I think I've lost the full screen map. Here, let's maybe zoom back in. Since we're on autopilot, we can do all of this without feeling we're gonna crash. So I think if we keep it on this flight plan, waypoints map. Oh, there's the barometer. Aha. So on the Super Cub yesterday, I was trying to find the altimeter setting. But it's not letting me change it, so I don't know if I have to push it in. Move on the x-axis. Yeah, it's not letting me change the barrel unless it's up here. Calm. No. Volume. Trying to zoom in because I think we're getting to, yeah, so this is the next waypoint. But I wanna so that's the range. Island, thank you for the follow on TikTok. Really appreciate it. I'm also streaming live on Twitch and YouTube, so if you want to go follow me there as well. Right now we are doing the circumnavigation of Iceland. We're doing the bush trip. We took off in a sunrise. Now everything's starting to come into more detail. But that's what Iceland looks like on the southwest kind of coast. We're doing a counterclockwise circumnavigation. And the autopilot's flying. Everything's programmed in the GPS. So it gives us an opportunity to play around with some of the instruments, which I'm trying to figure out how to zoom in, but trying, it's not letting me. Anyway, engine map option. You can turn traffic on, that's helpful. Terrain. Yeah, we got terrain and topography. Well, I think that's good enough. It would be nicer to get a little bit more zoomed in, but... Oh, that's the cursor. Interesting. Yeah, it's not letting me change the altimeter. But otherwise we're at 3,000 feet in autopilot on, and it's following the GPS. We're doing about 176 knots ground speed. And of course I forgot to start my timer. Well, we'll forget about that for this leg. Caravan's a beautiful airplane. I've flown in it once. I've never flown it commercially, but you got 8 seats in this one, plus the one in the front. Lots of room for cargo. Got some cup holders in between our legs if we need to put our coffee down. Let's see how the fuel is handled. I'm just trying to remember where we would have the fuel readout. Because the fuel's in the wings, but there's no indicators up here. Aha. We have our oxygen, which is an inoperative, we can see. Yeah, we got a few more streamers, or I guess viewers on YouTube. TNT. I guess you guys are asking which flight school Bill is at and how much your PPL cost. PPL's getting a little bit more expensive. It's over $15,000 now. The few people that I've been talking to. Bashkar, am I doing my pilot training or working for an airline? No, I'm an airline captain here in Canada. I fly the 737. And as part of my YouTube channel, I'm just getting into Microsoft Flight Simulator. I hope to do more instructional videos in the future. I'll work on a PPL series. Meaning I want to do all the lessons in the Microsoft Flight Simulator so you guys can watch them and help prepare for your flights. So we found the fuel, so they're up here. Basically both tanks are on. You don't have to switch between tanks, they feed both at the same time. But we can select one off if we need to. And this would be our oxygen, but we're not pressurized today. So here we are. We're on heading of 064, so looks like we're on leg number 3 of our first major leg around the circumnavigation of Iceland. Would appreciate those ground school videos. Thanks, Bashkar. Yeah, I'll be starting working on them sometime this summer. Otherwise, I have lots of other videos on my YouTube channel already for other areas of your flight training. We have beautiful sunrise here in Iceland. I've never been. I don't know if you guys have. It's definitely on my bucket list to go. I don't think I'll fly there commercially anytime. But definitely as a tourist. I know it's cold and windy most of the year. But I did fly in the Arctic. And I do live in Canada, so I'm fairly used to the cold. Frozen Donut, hello, thanks for joining the stream here on YouTube. I'm also streaming on Twitch. I am trying to get to my first 50 followers on Twitch, so if you guys could help me out and go follow me there, that would be awesome. So we're going to this airport here. We're just passing possibly this inlet. So yeah, screwed up my map. I wish I could fix it. Maybe this view's a good one. Maybe I'll pull up the flight plan. Oh, that doesn't give me the airplane. Maybe we'll leave it on this. At least we can see where we are. But I haven't figured out how to zoom in yet. But we're passing this inlet here, which is right here on the map. Again, not a lot of big tall trees, still quite barren, which is pretty normal for this latitude. Frozen Donut. Yeah, I have my ATPL, so I'm a captain on a 737 here in Canada. And you must have your ATPL if you become captain for an airline. My next YouTube video is actually going to be about how to become a captain. So if you want to follow my YouTube channel, then you'll see that video come up soon. I fly the MAX out of Vancouver, so I live in British Columbia, and I fly it out of Vancouver. Where are you, Frozen Donut? I completed my flight training in Boundary Bay in Delta here in British Columbia. I also did some flying in Pitt Meadows. Lots of school options. Okay, you're out of Calgary. Cool. Is YWB... can't remember the name. Doing my CPL multi-IFR right now. Spring break. That's the word I was looking for. Thanks for helping me out. CPL multi-IFR, so you're almost there. Any ideas where you're going to be looking for your first job? Alright, so looks like we made a turn here onto heading of 081 or so. So we're on leg number 4. We're passing this glacier river that is beautifully braided along its path to the sea. Which I'm guessing is going to be this river here. Kenborg? Okay, yeah. Good opportunities to see other parts of the world. I'm not sure which contracts Borg has at the moment. Yeah, Frozen Donut, are you doing an integrated program or just on your own? This leg is a total of 47 minutes. The whole bush trip is about 4 hours. So we're gonna try to stream the whole thing in one go. That's my goal. Hey King, thanks for the rose on TikTok. Integrated CPL. Perfect. Yeah, because I think with the integrated you get your frozen ATPL, and then I believe you need a little bit less time to get your A's. Any opinion on Canadian Aviation College in Pitt Meadows? I'm not familiar with it specifically. I'm going to be working on a flight school video maybe this summer. I do have a video on my channel about picking a flight school, so that is still going to be the most relevant information in my opinion, because each flight school will have different pros and cons for different people. So one flight school might be great for one person, but it doesn't work out for another person. So that's why there's no real best flight school. It's the best for you and where you live and your schedule and your budget. In Russia, commercial flying school costs about $67,000. Okay. That's pretty close to our costs. It's probably close to 100,000 Canadian dollars to do all your flight training right now. Maybe 80,000 if you can do it in more consolidated chunks. Have you been de-iced at the Calgary at all? I used to work for the company. Oh yeah. I was with the Teal company for many years. I'm not there anymore. But yeah, I've de-iced in Calgary lots. Calgary runs a nice, tight de-ice operation. Never too many delays. So, looks like we're at around this point here in our flight plan. So almost halfway to our first landing. Still getting a nice beautiful sunrise over the southern coast of Iceland. Hi to Canada, my sister's living in Vancouver. Okay, cool. Vancouver is a great city. Expensive, but it's not as cold as the rest of Canada. A lot of nature. So we can probably turn our landing lights off since we're in the daytime. We can keep our strobes and our beacons and everything else on, but good morning, Paul on YouTube. Welcome to the stream. Today we're doing the bush trip in Iceland. We're gonna do the full circumnavigation. We're on our first leg right now, flying the Cessna Grand Caravan. We took off when it was sunrise, and now that the sun's coming out, it's got a nice beautiful golden hour here. We're basically circumnavigating on the shore. We're following the shore, so we're not going to see the center of Iceland. But basically we're going to go all the way around it. So I'm not sure if there's anything interesting to see in the center. And if there is, maybe we can plan a different sightseeing trip on another day. But this is our flight plan today. Basically takes us down the whole coast. Yeah, it's got interesting water formation here, unless that's wind. It looks more like water. So I don't know if that's from a glacier back in the day or that's from flash flooding. I'm not sure what happens during the year in Iceland, but it's an interesting... Yeah, definitely that's water erosion. At least that's from my experience, what I've seen in real life. You get a lot of this kind of in Mexico, where there's very little terrain and trees to hold back the water. Canadian Rockies bush trip is a fun one. Yeah, we'll definitely go through all the trips. Yesterday I finished the Alaska bush trip. I had to do it in 2 parts because it's a 6-hour navigation in a Super Cub. So if you guys want to go watch and check out that replay, in the description I put time codes for the different landings, so if you don't want to watch 4 hours of it, you can just skip forward to each landing. But I've never been to Iceland. I don't know if anyone else has. So I was excited to try this one out. So looks like we gotta cross a ridge. Let's get back to our map here. Yeah, so we have to cross this mountain. At this altitude, doesn't look like we're gonna clear it. So let's climb up to 5,000 feet. I'm happy I figured out how to use the autopilot yesterday. Makes life a lot easier. So basically we select the altitude, hit vertical speed, and then set the vertical speed, and I'll just climb at that vertical speed until we hit the altitude. And I don't know, 5,000 will be enough. Usually on these, there's some sort of a legend. And again, I'm still figuring out how to use this GPS. It's been a while since I've used it. Map options, topography. Well, we have it on, but it's not giving us a... Oh, legend. There we go. Let's see if that does anything. Doesn't seem to. So I'm not sure what altitude this point is at. Well, good thing we're a VFR. Did you end up flying that Alaska trip all by hand, or did you figure out... Well, the first portion, like I did 2 streams. The first portion, I flew it by hand, because I had no idea the Super Cub had autopilot. Ah, there's our legend. Here we go. So we're looking at about 6,000 feet. There we go, that answers my question. To answer your question, yeah, the first portion I flew by hand, and then the second portion I figured out how the autopilot works. So let's keep climbing to 8,000, just to be on the safe side. I mean, like I was saying on our first stream, after a while, hand flying, you're not really paying attention to the hand flying. You're just subliminally controlling the airplane. So it's not that hard after a while. But because the control yoke is a little bit sensitive on the Super Cub here in the game, sometimes I would do zigzags and heading changes, because you move it a little bit and you look away, or you look inside the cockpit and it's starting to do steep turns on you. Adrian, welcome to the Twitch chat. Can you... Well, I'm not clicking on random links. Sorry about that. Yeah, maybe we'll get the yoke out of the way. And let's see, we're heading on 068, so we're on leg number 5. And basically, the caravan has the whole route programmed in the GPS. Yesterday's flight on the Super Cub, I had to do it all in heading select. So basically, I would have to adjust the heading for each waypoint. Today, it's got the whole thing built into the GPS, so it makes it a lot easier. You can hit nav, and it will follow the whole nav. Okay, so we're leveling at 8,000 feet. We're just gonna clear the range, so glad we went up here. Even then, it's like just... What plane did I do my PPL on? I did it on several actually. Started on a 172. Then I switched schools and I did it on a Piper. Then I did some of my commercial on a Cessna 152. And my multi-IFR, I want to say it was on a Seneca. Seneca or Seminole, I don't remember. Yeah, so we'll just clear the range. Some beautiful glaciers. If you guys haven't seen my flying in the Arctic video, that's basically what they look like. But the glaciers are receding very quickly. So one day we might not even see them in real life anymore. And there's also that Netflix documentary about receding glaciers, so if you haven't seen that, I'd highly recommend watching it. Let's see. I'm just gonna clear the... Yeah. And I've flown the Caravan in real life only once. Just went on a flight for fun, on a cargo run, when I was flying in northern Alberta. And it's quite an impressive airplane. It's basically an elevator. You add power and it takes off like vertically. But yeah, cool little glacier range here. So we are going to clear this peak. Yesterday I was using the Google Maps patch, but it wasn't doing a great job in some of these remote areas, so I've not turned it on today. You can see a little bit of wind, see the airplanes. Oh, actually no, it's doing its turn. Never mind. Well, we are pretty close. I don't know if we could land on this. Probably could. It's got pretty flat surface. And at least maybe 1,000 feet, 1,500 feet. So we could probably land on this if we wanted to. If we had some skis on these wheels. So now we're doing heading 098, so we're on point number, or route number, leg number 6. Yeah, it was a CanWest where, well, it was no Alta back in the day. That's where I did fly it with. I flew it with Mike, the chief pilot. Or he's the chief pilot at the moment. He wasn't back then. Two of my old instructors just got hired there. Well, there you go. You already have 2 references. As long as they like you. So we're approaching more of the southeast side of the island. Again, I've never been to Iceland, so this is all new to me. That's why I'm actually enjoying doing these trips actually in Microsoft Simulator, because in real life we'll probably never fly here. Very few pilots will get the opportunity. Yeah, quite a big glacier range here. And this airport, which I've already butchered the name once, so I'm not gonna do it again, is our first landing, first fuel stop. Even though we could probably circumnavigate this whole trip in one go. It's got a 7-hour endurance, 700... No, it's got 1,000 nautical mile range, this caravan. And we have no people inside, so we could probably do this in one go. That's how awesome the caravan is. Amazing scenery. What graphics card are you using? So I just built a brand new PC. If you head to my Twitch channel, you don't have to subscribe or anything, but in the bio you can see all the PC specs. But I am using a GeForce RTX 3090. It's right in the middle range where it wasn't like super expensive, but it wasn't super outdated. It was kind of right middle of the road. It still wasn't cheap, but I am able to play everything on max graphics and in 4K. So this is my 4K monitor, so I am streaming at 1080p, but it's 4K quality, if you will. Hopefully the streaming bitrate is able to kind of showcase that, but on the replays it does accurately portray it in 4K. Yeah, and this is why I'm getting into the simulator now, because when I was doing my flight training, it wasn't as good. It was like Windows 95 and it was pretty crappy. But now the graphics are just astonishing. Like, it's shocking. I could probably believe this is real life. I suggest you do the landing and takeoff challenges. I've done those. If you go to my live stream, I've saved 1 or 2 for the landing challenges. I have been uploading individual videos of each landing challenge. I've only have 5 now, but I've gotten A's in most of them, and I will be uploading them as separate videos on my channel, so you guys don't have to sort through dozens of landing challenges. I'll be uploading them as individual episodes. Right now, this month I've been focusing on the interview prep shorts. I'm kind of going in cycles. I have some interview prep shorts. Prior to that, I uploaded some of these landing challenges. Right now we're back to some interview questions. Next month I'll put up some more landing challenges. But I have a few of them on my live. I have one of them where I've been crashing some of them. Paul, you got the 3070. Does the job. Something better would be nice, but would rather spend the money on aircraft rental. Priorities, my friend, priorities. I feel you. That's why I could have spend probably more money, but again, priorities. I had to balance a brand new PC build with getting it good enough, future-proofing it enough that I could keep playing the simulator for a few years before I need to upgrade the graphics card. But yeah, some beautiful mountain ranges down here. There's one channel on YouTube that does all 4K, I guess just landings at different airports, but the cinematography and everything that he does is really top notch. He uses a 4090 for his graphics card. So yeah, there's some cool YouTube videos, channels that are using Microsoft Flight Simulator in some really creative ways. My goal with this is to create a PPL lesson series where I cover each lesson plan in the simulator, so you guys can watch them before your lesson so you can kind of have an idea of what to expect, and then you can save a little bit of time and money. So that's my goal with this. I'll be working on it this summer. It's definitely time consuming, so my coffee, well, depends what you like. Head over to my website. It's invitocoffee.com. Everything's linked in my link tree. If you go to the description of this stream, you'll see my link tree there. You can go check it out. Depends what you like. We have the medium roast, which is a little bit lighter. And then we have the espresso, which is a little bit darker. So this first leg is 47 minutes. I forgot to start the timer. So we're almost there. The airport should be in this area, which is around here. So we should probably start planning our descent. The airport is at 16 feet, so basically sea level. So we can start descending to 2,000 and to just get us going down, because we are getting close. And then we'll go vertical speed and just descend at about 1,000 feet. Bring some power back. Because we're on a heading of 077, so we're leg 8, so we don't have far to go, so we have 8 minutes. If we descend at 8 or at 1,000 feet per minute, that's about 8 minutes. So we started a little bit late, so maybe I will go to 1,500. And now we're gonna have to look and find the airport. I haven't figured out how to zoom this map, so we're gonna have to eyeball it. I'm gonna maybe use this map to help us just get the orientation of the airport, and also this picture helps. Basically it's from the water straight in. This leg does look like it's gonna line us up, and the last leg heading is about north, and the runway options are basically north, so it should line us up straight in. Again, we're not going to be following exact IFR or VFR rules, just because we're in the simulator and to save a little bit of time. But if we keep descending to 1,000 feet, since we are over the water, we know there's no obstacle. This would put us at circuit altitude. And then once we turn inbound, once we see the runway, then I can take it off autopilot and start configuring. Yeah, Peaberry, it is also good. So I'm gonna try to find the airport. Since we're high enough, we might be able to see it. If we go off our map, we're looking at this point, which is here. Then we follow the line to the shore. This is the inlet right there, and the airport should be just past the inlet before the river, so it's somewhere in here. Let's see, we're at 3,800 feet. We only need to lose another 1,500 feet. We're looking good. It's kind of hard to make out the runway because of the kind of reflection, the glare on the water. And this will happen to you in real life. What happened? You overstressed. Oh no! Guess we weren't paying attention. I hope this does not make us go all the way. Oh no. So, what are we doing here? Are we starting from scratch? Basically. Oh man. Oh, actually no. We crossed the mountain range. Okay, so we're doing this last leg. Alright. Phew. That will set us back. I'm not sure if we'll be able to finish the stream then. Let's see. Well, let's go to 3,000. Well, where are we at now? 2,000's fine. So I guess we should have been paying more attention. It did reset the weather, so we're back in twilight zone. Yeah, see, it's interesting. I don't know what the threshold is for the sim telling us we crashed, kind of in a sense. We were close to the barber pole, so we just didn't bring enough power back. If I can remember, what books did I use for my CPL training? Basically the Culhane's manuals. The Culhane books will get you ready for every exam. The written portion. The flight portion, you basically just have to work with your flight instructor. Yeah, the Culhane books will take you all the way to your ATPL. Well, we'll stay at 2,000 feet. We'll get another sunrise out of this deal. Let's see. I'm gonna try to figure out where we can save a little bit of time, because this is gonna set us back about, how long is this leg? About 8 minutes. Maybe we'll cut one of these corners. I think we'll cut this corner. So after this takeoff, we'll fly to this first waypoint, but then we'll go direct to the airport. I think that should get us back on track. And we can still see the coast. The mountain ranges looked a little bit high, but we're in a caravan. We can outclimb most of these things. Of course, now this landing is going to be a little bit more challenging because we've got a lot of glare over the water. The airport should have some lights. We have Pappies coming from this direction, but we'll be landing from this direction, so we'll see if there's Pappies on that side. So we're set up in roll mode for some reason, so let's get back into navigation mode. Altitude's at 2,000. So we'll do the same thing. We'll let the airplane turn us onto final. This time we only have to descend 1,000 feet, so we'll definitely bring the power back, not overspeed anything. Do airlines in Canada incorporate compass testing? Yes. The compass test is not so much about a pass or fail. It's more just to assess your abilities to be able to problem solve, just have situational awareness. Not all airlines do a compass test, or they don't call it a compass test. Some do, some don't. But a compass test is very simple. The airlines that do compass tests are usually overseas because they have to assess your English ability, basic spatial orientation skills, those kind of things. But in Canada, we're all trained to the same standards, so compass tests aren't really used to determine your piloting abilities, if you will. So we're getting close. Should be making the turn right about here. And when we do the turn, I'm gonna bring the power back quite a bit. So let's descend to circuit height now. Let's do a vertical speed of 500 feet. Bring the power way back so we don't break the airplane again. Again, I haven't figured out how to set the altimeter. It won't let me do anything. So we're just gonna fly in standard pressure the whole day. Yeah, basically multitasking abilities. There's different versions of compass tests. Some of them have like... You have to notice when one square lights up while you're doing something else while you're doing basic math. Like 2 plus 3, but then don't miss the light bulb that turns on. Like basic stuff. Something most pilots have no issues passing. So let's search it for the airport. We got it right there. So it's very close, so we can start really bringing the power back. And because it's a caravan, we don't need a lot of flap, so we're gonna use just 1 notch. And we can take the autopilot off. Basically fly it visually. So there's the turn, 1 notch of flaps. I think the approach speed is 80 knots. So let's not climb. Alright, so we have some pappies. It's gonna take me a second to get used to the control feels on this. Get rid of this guy. So we're a little bit high. We're at 70 knots, 1,000 feet, so we can reduce power more. Lower the nose. There we go, 80 knots. Still a little bit high, but we'll bleed that speed off as we get over the runway. Again, this is fixed gear. We don't have to think about putting the gear down. Nice long runway. Doesn't look like there's much wind. There's 2 red, 2 white. We're at 70 knots or so. Looking good. I'm just going to add a little bit of power. Raise the nose so we don't sink too much. The rudders in the game aren't as great. So basically I control centerline with just ailerons. Maybe at the very end I add a little bit of rudder. Alright, powers to idle. We're going to start to level off gradually. Touchdown. Brakes are coming on. Usually these runners we can land and take off in the same piece of pavement without backtracking. Alright, we did it. First leg's down. Let's keep going. We're refueled. We decided we're gonna skip this corner and just go straight to the airport. But in the beginning we're going to take off. We're going to start on a heading of 041. So let's just set that on our heading so we have a heading bug to follow. 1 notch of flap is in. We should have enough runway to take off from here. So I'm just going to hold the brakes, add the power, do a bit of a static takeoff. And here we go. get a little bit more center line. There we go. Airspeed's alive. And see, she wants to take off on her own. Like, it's an elevator. I love caravans. Anna, welcome to the chat here on YouTube. Alright, there's about 400 feet. We're gonna pitch up too aggressively here. Let's get our heading back 041 about there. Bring the flaps up. And basically we're starting down this valley. We didn't set an altitude, so let's set 5,000 to start. I'll fix the rest. So we're gonna start vertical speed 1500 feet per minute in heading select at the moment. Autopilot's on. And now we're going to make a gradual change. Remember, we got to climb out this terrain. If we hit nav, it's going to turn us right into the mountain. We don't want to do that. We're at 120 knots, climbing at 1500 feet per minute. So we could accelerate that to 2000. Sacrifice a little bit of speed for altitude gain. Once I'm happy we're going to clear the terrain, then we'll hit nav and it will follow this track it has for us. Yeah, Paul, no takeoff roll. You can take it off in 800 feet probably. Well, definitely, because some of the remote communities in the northern Alberta, that's pretty much how long the field is. 800 to 1,000 feet. So I'm pretty happy with that climb. We're clearing the terrain. Gonna hit nav. And it's gonna do a slight correction. Oh, we're leveling at 3,600. That didn't take too long. So there's 5,000 feet. Let's keep going. We'll climb at 1,000 because we are assured terrain at this point, so we don't need to climb as aggressively. Stole like a Zenith. Yeah. Technically, it's not classified as stole aircraft, but it behaves as one. Oh, let's start our time. Or forget again. Lost a few minutes, but it's a 21-minute leg. I want to shave a few minutes from screwing up earlier and crashing the plane or overstressing it. And then we're gonna shave off this corner. We're gonna go right to the airport. So I'm hoping that'll bring us back on time. My goal is to do this whole stream in one go. So 4 hours long. Anyone who's new to the stream, welcome to our Iceland bush trip. If you haven't followed me on Twitch yet, that would help me out. I'm trying to get to my first 50 followers. Alright, we're level. Gonna make sure we don't over accelerate. First leg is 10 miles. We're still on a heading of 041. And it's making, I think, a slight correction here to go to 043. And then this leg we're not gonna do. We're gonna go right to the airport, which is Egilstadir. Sounds about right. It's really hard clicking on these at this zoom level. There we go. It is 6,000 feet long. So another nice big airport. 75 feet elevation. And here we go. We're clearing all the terrain. 5,000 feet should work for this leg. Definitely quite remote. I don't know what the population of Iceland is. Let's look it up. Wow. So all of Iceland is only 372,520 people. Since 2021 was the last statistic. That's crazy. The lower mainland here in Vancouver, like all the way to Chilliwack or so, it's like about 2 million, or just over 2 million now. So all of Iceland has less population than all of Vancouver. Crazy. So I'm not sure if that's the most accurate stat. Oh, here's one from 2023. It's up to 347,000. So it actually went down since 2021. Do I have a comfortable chair? No. I gotta upgrade my chair. I'm using this old office chair. It is not the most comfortable chair. I did just spend a bunch of money on a PC, so I don't have any money left on a chair. So that might be my next investment. Four hours is a long time in the sim. Yeah. 4 hours is a long time. But I'm trying to do more longer streams so more people have a chance to jump in. Up until yesterday, I've only been doing 2-hour streams, and that seems long enough when I was doing the landing challenges. Then I get a little bit tired, and then the landing sucks, so there's no point. Keep going. But on these autopilot legs that we're just chatting, doing some sightseeing, it's not too bad. So we are on heading 042. We are a third to our waypoint, and then we're gonna skip. Go right to the airport. So then we'll switch to heading select, and then just fly it in heading mode. Which will take us over a lot of the terrain, so that might still be cool to see anyway. So it's more in the light yellow. So the terrain is around 3,000 feet. So at 5,000 feet, we should be just fine. Again, it reset the weather on us, so it's still, the sun is just still working its way through the clouds, so not as much detail, but so most of the population must live in Reykjavik. There's barely anything on the south side. We're now getting towards the east side of the island. Maybe a lot more is happening up here, since there's a lot more airports, navigation beacons. It's not a big country. Definitely a place I do want to come visit. I think Iceland Air has direct flights to like Edmonton or Calgary, but I don't know if we have flight benefits with Iceland Air. Yep, pretty barren terrain. Could maybe add a little bit of power. We're at 175 knots ground speed. Ask your airline for an actual seat from an old plane. Well, my company doesn't have old seats. They're buying all brand new Max 8s. There is a guy in America that works for Southwest, and he has a side business that sells old airplane parts, and he makes kind of art out of it. But he's got like wingtips and all this cool stuff. In Canada, there's not much more of a market for it. And I don't know if they're legally allowed to sell you stuff. And a lot of the airplanes that get retired get flown south to like Phoenix and somewhere in the desert. Believe it or not, the pilot seats aren't any more comfortable. You would think they would be, but sitting for like an 8-hour flight is not that amazing. They have better seats in cars now. So we're coming up to our waypoint. As soon as we make the turn, I'm gonna switch it to heading select. It's gonna want to go to 342, but if we go to north, there's the turn. So if we go ahead and select, and let's see where north is gonna point us. So too much, so let's go maybe 010. I can tell by looking at the map, and basically where the compass rose points to is where we're going. So it looks like we're going to be aiming just slightly left to the airport, which is what I want because we need time to descend. Closer in, we might go even more left, just so we can descend in the valley. So that seems to be working. Airplane graveyard outside of Tucson. Yeah. So there's a lot of airplanes that get parked there, retired there. So you could do a road trip, grab a truck, fill it with seats, make some money here in Canada. Should clear all these low mountains. But yeah, now the sun's really coming out. So we got some nice, beautiful terrain. Yesterday I was messing with the GPS too much and it screwed up the flight plan. So today I'm inclined to not touch it. Even though, let's say, we could go direct to the airport, I don't know how it will mess up the flight plan. Yesterday just erased everything, so... Because we're only... Well, how long have we been streaming? Hour and a half? We're not even halfway, so I don't want to mess up the whole flight plan. So we'll just fly in heading select. If this was real life, of course I'd follow the flight plan. But because we have two maps, we'll be okay. We could probably... Oh. What's that? Inertial separator. I think that unlocks the control columns in case of an emergency, so we don't want to do that. I wanted to turn the lights down, since we're daytime now. That's fine. Oh, we do have an RA indicator, so radio altitude. That tells us how high we are above the ground. That's helpful. So it just went away, but I got up to around 1800. So we're 1800 feet or so above the terrain we just passed. But yeah, the caravan's a pretty basic setup. All your start controls and stuff is on the left-hand side. Your lights and switches. Fuel controls and oxygen is up here on the ceiling. So we don't have any pressurization today on this, but these are our fuel selectors. We can feed from both tanks at the same time in this airplane. The nice part is they have some traditional steam gauges in case we have a full electrical failure. We still have some basic instruments to go from. So I think once we cross this ridge, we can start descending. Yeah, because we're just coming over here. And we might even be able to intercept the nav route. The runway headings are 21 and 03. We're approaching at 05. So we'll most likely land on 03. So that final leg should line us up pretty close with the runway. So once we start descending and we get closer to our nav leg, I'll hit nav again. We'll watch our CDI come in. We can see right now we're on a cross track of just over 8 nautical miles. And as we intercept this track, this will flip to 049, and then the CDI will slowly come into center. That's kind of the idea. You can pre-select the lower altitude. Again, we'll just start with 2,000 feet for now. We're about to clear the range, so we can start a gradual descent about 300 feet for now. Put the power back so we don't break the plane again. Taking a look at the map. The airport is right before this lake. So actually it's right there. So now we gotta start really descending quickly. So we'll really pull the power back. Oh, there's the runway. Alright, so let's do a bit of a base. Let's go to a heading of 330. Pulling the power way back, descending at 2,000 feet. We're at 4,000, so we have 2 minutes to get to 2,000. Actually, we'll be there in 1 minute, so that's actually good. Let's get rid of this guy so we can see the runway. So we have pappies, so we are high. As the CDI comes in, I'm gonna hit nav, because that'll give a better intercept. So you can see it's starting in, push nav, we'll descend to 1,000 feet. I got the power way back. There's the CDI coming in. It should. It should. We'll find out if it does. There it is. It got it. So we're descending. Still at 2,000 feet per minute. We can reduce it to 1,500. Let's take a look how we're doing. Yeah, so we're doing well. So autopilot's coming off. I'll just manually fly it. Basically, I'm gonna bleed the speed, add the flaps, and now we can continue our descent. Trying to get this trimmed out here. So normally I'm always targeting about a 500 feet per minute descent and then going from there. So we see one red on the pappies coming in, so we know we're close. So we can maybe increase it to 600 or 700 feet descent rate. Speed's looking good. 80 knots is what we want. There's 2 red. Now we can reduce our descent rate. That'll bleed our speed back. So I'll add a little bit of power. And now we're just basically using pitch to control our pappies, and we're using our power to control our speed. So if the speed's bleeding back a little, I'm adding power. If the pappies are showing we're climbing or descending, I'm going to use pitch. So see, we got a little high, so I'm going to lower my nose. That'll increase our airspeed, so I'll pull the power back. So basically it's pitch and power gives you your performance. The runway is right in the middle of our windshield, so even if we didn't have pappies, we could use that as a guide. Again, not using any rudder, just aileron to keep center line. I don't find the rudders very accurate in the simulator. Not for crosswind controls, at least. On the ground, of course, they work correctly. Windsock's calm, so no wind. So power's going to idle. Aiming for the number, starting to level off gradually. There's a bit of a hump here in the runway. So trying not to hit the nose. Always land on the main gear. Brakes are coming on. There's the nose. And we're here. I could also add reverse, but we don't need it. Alright, 26 minutes, so we saved a couple of minutes. We're taking that shortcut. We're refueled. We're starting our third leg. So initial heading 301. We're gonna climb 3,000 feet to start. A little bit of terrain, just some IFR traffic. This is a 39-minute leg. Maybe we'll take a shortcut or two, try to reduce that. Start our time once we get airborne. So here we go. We'll use the remainder of the runway again. Do a static takeoff. Brakes are released. Airspeed's alive. 60 knots. And let's go. There's 500 feet. Flaps are coming up. Autopilot, well, I'm not sure. Let's see. What does it have? GPS. Okay. So let's go vertical speed 1500. Autopilot's on. Now we can see we are past the center of our track. So the autopilot will turn us to around west so we can re-intercept the track. Have the CDI get back into the center, and then it will turn back to the right to fly this heading. I'm not sure the programming in the simulator, usually it goes at about a 45-degree angle, which it seems to be doing. And once the CDI comes in, now it's making the right turn. Starter time. Here we go. CDI is almost in the center. We're almost at 3,000 feet. Let's keep going to 5. Get a nice, better view up there. Keep climbing at 2,000 feet. Alright, now we intercepted our track. GPS is active. And we're starting our first leg. And we're going to Yaro Airport. So, we're gonna skip this whole leg. I don't know why we have to go all the way to the shore and then back down. Again, save a couple of minutes. We'll still see the same thing. Interesting, got a little bit of maybe Virga action in the clouds. So far there's been no bad weather in the 2 bush trips we've done. I'm not sure if we will have any in the future trips. So now we're basically flying on the east coast of the island. So it looks still very similar. Maybe there's a few people living here. Got some fields. A little bit of farming going on. Okay, we're leveling at 5,000 feet. Terrain looks to be fairly flat in this section. Ours are set. We're going 160 knots and accelerating. Basically, we are fully accelerated at 175 knots ground speed. So we can change the pitch of our propeller a little bit. And off we go on the 3rd leg of our journey around Iceland. I'm always impressed with the shadows in the simulator, like how accurate and how detailed they are, even in the flight deck. We don't have any sun kind of coming in right now, but the shadows are very accurate. Even the propeller harmonics, they've done a fantastic job, as you can see. And when you change thrust power, you can see the harmonics change. It's so realistic. Like, you can definitely use this for flight training now in 2023. It's definitely come a long way. So the first 2 legs are about 20 minutes. And then there's this, so we got 1, 2, so leg number 3 and 4 are these ones that take about 14 minutes, 15 minutes. So if we shave off 15 minutes, that'll help us out. Well, we got a long stretch here. Let me know if you have any other questions we can chat about. I don't know who's still left in the chats. Got a few viewers on YouTube. Anyone new who's joining? We're doing the circumnavigation in Iceland. Flying the Cessna Grand Caravan. We're on our 3rd leg of the trip. Whoops. Don't do that. How often do you hand fly the 37? From what you understand, autopilot gets turned at 500 feet and then 500 to landing. Yes, that is accurate. You can hand fly. Less experienced pilots are encouraged to hand fly more. I don't fly by hand as much anymore. But pilots, especially first officers who are coming in with 1,500 hours or 2,000 hours, are definitely encouraged. You can easily fly to 30,000 feet. It is a lot more work. As the air gets thinner, the controls become more sensitive. Or I should say, less sensitive, but your pitch moment becomes kind of bigger, the corrections you have to make, so it becomes less comfortable for the passengers. But some pilots do hand fly. I don't do it as much anymore. If we're coming in somewhere and it's super gusty, sometimes the autopilot doesn't do a good job maintaining like pitch. So I would take it off autopilot earlier, maybe around 1,000 feet, maybe 1,500. It's really bad, just so I could have a feel for the airplane and not be so aggressive on the pitch changes. But this is only because I've had to fly lots of airplanes that didn't have autopilots, or as good of autopilots. So I've had enough hand flying practice in my life. But how fast the careers are moving now, a lot of people are moving from flight instructing even onto a 737. Some have maybe flown a Dash 8, and then they move on to the 37. So fewer people are moving onto the Caravan route, the King Air. So yeah, automation has a pro and con. Pros, yeah, it's smoother. It's less work for the pilot, so if you're doing a long day. But on the downside, yeah, you are not working on your hands and feet as much. Also, when you get on the 37, you're not getting as repetitive of practice as you would be flying, like say a Caravan. You have to do like a bunch of cargo runs in one day, so you do like 8 landings, versus in a 37 you might only do 4 landings in the whole month, because you're alternating with the captain. So you switch roles. One leg the captain lands, the other leg the first officer lands. Thanks Mohammed for the follow on Twitch, much appreciated. We're getting closer to our 50 follower goal. But yeah, Paul, so just the repetition of landings is what gives you the practice that you need. And so on a 737, you don't get as many repetitions because you're not doing as many flights a month, and you're alternating with the captain. And so that's why less experienced, well, I shouldn't say less experienced, but guys with less hours, I should say, that don't have the repetition of hand flying, definitely there's nothing stopping you. If you want to fly the whole flight to Toronto, be my guest. Hey Mohammed on Twitch, how you doing? Where are you joining from? If you're just joining the chat, we are doing the circumnavigation of Iceland here in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Flying the Grand Caravan. I'm doing good. It's a beautiful weekend here in British Columbia, Canada. It's going to be 30 degrees. So after I'm done the stream, I'm going to go out, cut the grass, cut our lawn, and then enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Tomorrow I'm on reserve for flying. So I will not be able to stream tomorrow. Sometimes I do jump on my reserve days, but they're more impromptu streams. So if you have your notifications on, you will get notified when I go live, but scheduled wise, I'm trying to schedule 1 or 2 streams per week, just based on my schedule when I can. We're going to continue with these bush trips. Mohammed, you're all the way from India. Welcome. So we're on a heading of 293, 294, so we got this 13-minute leg. And then we're skipping this big zigzag. I don't know why we have to do it. Paul, am I Cat 2 or 3 certified? At my previous company, I was Cat 3 certified. This company I'm with is only certified to Cat 2. But any major airline will have a Cat 2 or 3 certification. Otherwise you're limiting yourself when it's foggy or low visibility. Greetings from Brazil. Welcome to the YouTube stream. I'm also live on Twitch and TikTok, so if you can go follow me there as well, that would be helpful. But it looks like you have an airplane picture. Marcos, I'm not sure how to pronounce your first name. I don't want to butcher it, but welcome. Lily, hello, welcome to the stream. We are circumnavigating Iceland today, doing the bush trip in the Grand Caravan. We're on our 3rd leg, halfway through the trip. I will have this posted on the YouTube channel once I'm done the live, if you want to go back and check out any of the beginning of the stream. We're making our way on the east coast of Iceland. Mohammed, I'm training at Indigo, getting my hours up right now. Sweet. Indigo, is that your regional airline or is that the main airline? Because I know SpiceJet is one of them. I forget what Indigo is. Marcos, you're flying the Phenom 300. Oh, you've been following on YouTube? Appreciate it. Thank you. Glad you can join one of these streams. Yeah, Phenom 300. Cool airplane. Let's pull it up for those who are not familiar. So there's the Phenom 300 light business jet. Are you first officer or captain, or what's your plan? Indigo's bigger than SpiceJet. Okay. Well, then that's awesome. How many years do you think before you can upgrade? Or what's the average movement at Indigo right now? About 2 years. Amazing. That seems to be about the average at a lot of airlines right now, the 2-year mark. I just switched companies last summer, so I went left seat on the 737. Taha, yo, what's up? Thanks for joining the YouTube stream. We are navigating Iceland here in the bush trips. Yeah, Mohammed, you should be excited. Upgrading is a big deal. My next video on my YouTube channel is gonna be about becoming captain. And then later I'll be working on a video about the upgrade process. So the first video is just gonna cover what a captain is, how long it takes. And then the next or a few videos down the pipeline, I'm going to talk about the actual upgrade process. Because it's a big deal becoming captain on a 737 or an Airbus. It's a lot of the hard work that goes into it. Hard work goes a long way. Taha, yeah. I've been streaming for a month now and I'm just slowly getting followers. So if anybody is watching me on YouTube, head over to my Twitch and give me a follow. Even if you don't hang out on Twitch, I'm just trying to get my first 50 followers. That's their threshold. Those who are just joining, my plan is to skip this leg just to save a little bit of time. It's a 4-hour circumnavigation, so I don't want to fly the zigzag. So once we get to this waypoint, we're gonna basically continue on this heading, and that should take us right to the airport. So 293, I'll set our heading so that once we make the turn, we'll just hit heading select and then fly it in heading. Mohammed, is there something I should know about this career outside the flight stuff? Well, if COVID taught us anything, is have a bit of a backup plan. Maybe something business related, or an alternative way of maybe financing your life if something happens in aviation. So far in my 20-year career, I've been laid off twice. COVID's been the longest that I've been laid off, but the first time was in 2014. Canada had a big oil recession in 2014, and at the time I was flying for Canadian North, and they were serving mostly the oil field. So when the oil field shut down, there went all of our jobs. Yeah, so that would be my recommendation. Try to work on a backup plan for if one day you can't fly or you lose your medical, something happens. Maybe work on getting a business diploma or working on a side hustle, something business related. Because you will be laid off in your career. That's basically a guarantee in this economic environment, unfortunately. My prediction is we're going to have a good 5 to 8 years or so, maybe a good decade right now as we recover from this recession. We're still in the recession, even though they're not really calling it a recession. It's basically a recession. The prediction is we might start to have positive economic outlook in 2024. But remember, we're still in a massive pilot shortage. That's going to take maybe at least 5 years, if not longer, to catch up to how many pilots we need. And to combat that, companies are finally starting to raise pilot wages, which have been suppressed for quite a long time. For the last 15 years, there hasn't been a major improvement in pilot wages. So companies are finally changing that, which will attract new pilots to the industry to start their flight training. Flight training takes 2 to 3 years. And then you gotta build your hours to get your ATPL. So you can see, like, pilots are not getting replaced very quickly. I see I have some businesses outside this. My father is a businessman. So sooner or later I will take over. Yeah, Mohammed, 100% family businesses. If you can get along with your family. Family business is a good way to have a backup plan. My side business is a coffee business that I started during the pandemic. It's not enough income to replace a full-time flying career income, but it's something that you can do and generate a little bit of cash to get us through the hard times. So we're almost at our waypoint. Basically, the idea is we're gonna go to heading select, so we can do that now. And then we'll just fly straight here, and then we'll land at the airport. So I've switched to heading select, so we don't make this unnecessary leg. The mountain ranges look to be around the 5, maybe 6,000 range. So we'll just eyeball it. If we need to climb, we will. We have the capabilities, but I think we might just be able to clear it. Mohammed, how long did it take you to finally be an airline pilot? It took me about 15 years to get to a major airline. I got to the regionals when I was 30 years old. Well, actually I got there at 27, 28. I became captain on the Dash 8 Q400 at 30 years old. Then I got onto the 737, then we have the pandemic. So I'm 37 years old now, and now I became captain last summer. But I started flying 20 years ago when I was 16 years old. So it's taken me basically 20 years from the day I started my first familiarization flight to becoming captain on a 737. Now it's cut in half, so don't anticipate you'll need to take 20 years. There's pilots that are becoming first officers on the 37 at 1500 hours, so that only takes you 5 years, and then maybe another 3-4 years till you can upgrade, so you can be a captain realistically in 10 years at an airline, major airline. And that is a big time saver. This is why you should kind of plan your career a little bit more strategically. Bounce around less. You might even skip the regionals altogether, because once you get to an airline, they upgrade within the airline, and you don't need, as long as you have your ATPL, you only need to meet the company's matrix. So the matrix for a captain might be 4,000 hours total time, but you need 2,000 hours on the type. So to build 2 hours as a first officer might take you 3 years. So that's kind of what you can plan for. For me, it's about 7 years to be an airline pilot. Amazing. Like right now is a very good time to be a pilot. I've never seen it as good. Paul, I know airlines like pilots with university degrees. Is a trade just as good? I'm currently a Red Seal journeyman welder. Hey, you'll probably make money if you stick big on that welder. But hey, that's a backup, and that's a amazing backup. You can even do that on the side, man. If you can do that on the side and fly as a career. But to answer your question, no, you do not need a university degree. That was a myth way back in the day, only as a way to eliminate competition. When you're applying for the job, the pilots with university degrees would get ahead of you. We're in a pilot shortage. If you are a living, breathing pilot, you're gonna get a job. Everything else is irrelevant. And again, once you get into the airline, then you just upgrade internally. You don't need anything to upgrade. You just have to pass your captain upgrade. You have to pass an interview and the testing. But they're not gonna hold you back because you don't have a university degree. Asif Backpacker, hello, how are you? I'm doing well, thank you. Welcome to the YouTube stream. Muhammad, what we begin is with the 320 Neo. Yeah, I mean, the airline career in North America and Europe and the rest of the world is completely different. We have general aviation. The rest of the world doesn't have general aviation. So you guys go from a cadet program of some sort or an airline sponsored flight school and then right into an Airbus or a Boeing. In North America, we have to build our way up to those airplanes. My dream airplane, I mean, it would be cool to fly a 787 or a triple, but I'm not one to chase airplanes. I would rather focus on my lifestyle and more to do with pay. And those are the two directions you can go with your career. You could follow your career that will get you to the biggest airplane, if that's your goal. Or you can follow your career to get the highest pay in the shortest amount of time, which will be on a smaller airplane because you're not wasting time jumping around airplanes. Alright, so we're getting close to our airport. It's kind of right in this valley, so we might have to do a bit of a circling descent to get to the airport. So it might be in this valley right here. Let's zoom in on this map. The elevation is 6 feet, so it's right at sea level. It's 8,800 feet long and it's asphalt. So it's a big major airport. This is live weather, even though it doesn't look like in the simulator. Winds are 130 at 5. Light showers, rain, clearly not. This is live weather, but the simulator is not representing it. It's broken at 3,000, broken at 4,200, plus 8 degrees. Yeah, plus 8 degrees, pretty accurate for this time in Iceland. Alright, and our runway options are 01 and 19. So looks like we might land 19. So guys, I'm gonna follow on the focus on the landing. There's the airport. So actually we could come in here and then do a straight in that way. So let's do that. And then I'll come back and answer all of your questions. So once we clear this ridge, let's get rid of this map. We don't have a radio altitude, so we're definitely over 3,000 feet above this terrain. So let's just start a gradual descent of 1,000. Bring the power back so we don't break the plane again and have to start all over again like we did in the beginning. If you were here during that part of the stream, we broke the airplane by overspeeding it by accident. So we'll just set circuit altitude of 1,000 feet for now. Get rid of this map. Runway, where'd it go? Oh, it's actually right here in front of us. Oh, even better. So that was a highway, or that's a cut line. Well, in this case, it makes it even easier. So we'll cross overhead and we'll join a left downwind. So let's descend a little quicker. Power to idle. Let's see how much it'll let us do. 2,500 feet per minute. We're gonna straighten this out a little bit more perpendicular. Not too much. Crossed overhead. There's the runway. We're gonna land 0-1. So we will join a downwind. We've got 1,500 feet to go to our circuit height. That'll take us about a minute. Once we're at circuit height, we can then bleed off all of our speed. We can start reducing that so we don't get any TCAS kind of issues. I think we're way past the runway, so we could probably start turning base. So autopilot's off. One notch of flaps is coming up, or coming down. Added a little bit of power. Let's find the runway. There it is. It's a little bit tight. That's okay. We're in a caravan after all. So let's get our view set up. There we go. Maybe a little too high. Alright. Too red. Okay, now a little high. A little fast. So I'm going to add one more notch of flaps. Because we're a little bit high. Let's adjust your view better. There. Alright, it's coming in nicely. It's a long runway. Targeting about 80 knots on the approach. So there's 2 red, 2 white. Now I don't have to descend so aggressively. So I'm just controlling center line with aileron. Again, the rudders don't do a really good job in the simulator. So 70 knots, looking good. Powers to idle. Leveling off gradually. There's a little hump here. And we made it. Mission 38 minutes. Perfect. Saved a few minutes. Let's go on to the next leg. We're starting on heading 337. It's 23 minutes long. So let's set that up. 337. Let's climb to 5,000 feet. Or let's start maybe at 4,000. Let's set one notch of flaps. And off we go. Airspeed's alive. 60 knots. Off we go. .500 feet. We'll bring the flaps up. Let's set our vertical speed. And let's see, autopilot on. Let's see what it does. Oh, I see. We're following the heading bug instead of nav. So let's set nav. And we'll have to correct for the CDI. So basically we're doing this first long leg to this coast. And then again, we might save some time and cut this point here. I don't know why we have to go there. We can just come straight across. And really what we could do is just jump over this terrain and save 23 minutes. So why don't we do that? Start the timer. Thanks, Mohammed. How much pay can you experienced pilot like me expect in North America? Okay, North America is pretty big. Canada is the lowest paying country for pilots right now. 1 second, guys. Yeah, the terrain is a little bit high, so let's keep going to 6,000 feet. Yeah, as I'm saying, America is the highest paying right now. If you saw any of the articles, you would have seen American Airlines. I forget who else. I think United maybe. Let me just disconnect nav here. There. They announced that they're going to be paying upwards of $600,000 for the most senior 787 pilots. And this is why everybody in the world right now is trying to get to America. Unfortunately for Canadians, they will not issue us work visas. A lot of Canadian pilots are trying to get to the US for this reason. Canada is way behind. The highest paid pilot, don't quote me, but maybe Air Canada is around 350 Canadian thousand, maybe less, like 340, but that's on the wide body. At the smaller airlines, 250 Canadian. So yeah, $500,000. That's why pilots around the world are fighting to get to America. All the immigration lawyers, everybody is overswamped with applications. They won't take any new applications right now. But that's what happens when we're in a pilot shortage. If you want to steal pilots from one company, the only incentive is pay. Everyone flies the same airplanes. We all go to the same destinations. So 6,000 feet, looks like it's gonna clear all of this terrain. Again, guys, this is a 4-hour stream to circumnavigate, so this is why I'm kind of shaving off a few legs here and there. Because I don't think we're gonna miss any scenery flying the flight plan they have for us here. We can see everything just as well. There's a lot more glaciers on the northeast side we can see. There were some on the south, but as we make our way northeast here, seem to be a lot more. I'm excited to see Reykjavik. That's the capital. And obviously most of the population lives there. It's very barren on the rest of the island. Yeah, Mohammed, what are your captains topping out at, pay-wise? Oh, he just answered my question already. $100,000. Yeah. But correct me if I'm wrong, that salary for India is pretty high, isn't it? What do doctors make in India, for example, as a comparison? So we are basically going right here. We might give it a few more degrees left, but it'll give us a nice distance to descend. And we can come straight in here. So we're just shaving this corner off. Going 170 knots ground speed. Thanks for the follow, user 564 and a bunch of other numbers. Thanks for the TikTok follow. I'm also streaming on Twitch and YouTube. And I am trying to get to my first 50 Twitch followers, so if everyone watching can help me out and go over to Twitch and just hit the follow, would really appreciate it. And Mohammed, it depends. If you're working for the government hospital, it's higher. If you're corrupt, even higher. Yeah, unfortunately, that's how the world works. In Canada, average doctor is maybe $500,000. But their student debt is huge. It's almost just as much, around $500,000. So doctors is actually not that great of a profession. They have so much debt out of school, and after all their insurance premiums they have to pay, their salary isn't any better than our salary. Yeah, college is much cheaper in India. Well, 100%. If you can do your flight training in India, and then you can come to the US or to Canada and do your license conversion, that would be the fastest way to accelerate your income. So looks like this is the bay that we want to land. The airport is somewhere over here. So once we clear these mountains, we can start our descent. Oh, you did your flight training in Dubai. I was thinking maybe of going to work for Fly Dubai, but they're not hiring captains right now. But a lot of Canadians are going to do Dubai. Some can get into the Emirates. Others can get into Fly Dubai and then wait for the upgrade there. Yeah, so quite a lot of beautiful glaciers on this northeast corner of Iceland. Paul, Thanks for joining. Have a great day as well. Looking forward to the next one. Yeah, I'm not sure when the next one is gonna be, but stay tuned. Turn on the notifications. Good luck in your flight training. We'll catch you on the next one. Mohammed, how much experience do you need to get into the giants like Fly Emirates? Looking at their website, the rapid captain upgrade, you needed, I think it was 5,000 hours total time and 3,000 hours on a heavy. So 37 or bigger. Maybe Airbus qualifies. I forget the weight rating. You need the jet piloting command hours to be able to upgrade in the rapid program, which is around 1 to 2 years, I'm guessing, or maybe faster for the upgrade. If you're starting as a first officer, I didn't look at the qualifications. Typically it's around the 3,000 hour mark, what they want. But just head over to their website. They're always having job postings. At least you have an idea. But my recommendation is, if you are already flying on an Airbus or a Boeing, wait for the upgrade. And then build up your captain hours, your jet pilot and command hours. Because once you have at least 1,000 jet pick, you can basically go anywhere in the world. So that should be the goal right now. Get us quickly into the left seat on the jet aircraft. I just got to the left seat last August, and I'm spending a lot of time on reserve. So I'm almost at 300 hours. So I still got a ways to go. Only because I'm pretty junior, I'm spending a lot of my month on reserve. This month I have no flying. I did get called for one trip, but the rest of the time I'm sitting on reserve. So in that regard, it's not bad. You're getting paid to sit at home. But the downside is you're not building any hours, and that's why we're in that seat, to build the flight hours and the experience. So different companies pay different for reserve. My company, the salary is the same, whether you're flying or you are on reserve. Some companies pay you a percentage of a line. So you have a line block and a reserve block. So sometimes the reserve blocks pay less, depending on the company. So we're clear the mountain range, so let's start our descent. It's the airport at, it's 9 feet, Alexander. I can finally pronounce an airport. It's 6,100 feet, asphalt, easy. So let's keep going down. We'll start our vertical descent at 2,000, bring the power back so we don't break the airplane again. We'll set circuit height of 1,000. And kind of the plan, the airport is, I can't quite make it out yet. Let's zoom in on the map and see if we can. Oh, Sim's starting to freeze on me. Sometimes it doesn't like all these seat changes and view changes. Anyway, how many days would you be flying in a month when you get 1,000 hours and start flying frequently? Usually 16 max. It depends on your seniority level. If you can have enough seniority that you can bid for the higher credit pairings, meaning flying longer days, so like 8-hour flights, then you can get all your flying done in 8 to 10 days. If you're getting some of the shorter hops, then you're probably going to be flying 14 to 16 days. So seniority plays a huge role in your life. So from the looks of it, the airport is past the river, so somewhere around here. We're at 3,000 feet. And I'm thinking we'll do again what we did before. We'll let see, I don't think the CDI is tracking correctly, only because I don't know if it knows we passed these waypoints or we skipped them. So currently the CDI is not accurate. So we're just gonna fly it in heading mode. The runway is again 180. So basically south. So I'm thinking we're gonna... Mohammed, you gotta go. Thanks for joining the stream. Appreciate the questions. Thanks for the follow. Have a great evening. So now we're leveling at 1,000 feet. We're gonna bleed the speed off a little bit. And we should start to see the runway somewhere soon. Ah, here it is. Alright. So if we can make about a 45-degree turn, or about a 45-degree angle base. That should line us up nicely with final. Okay, that's looking better. We're level at 1,000 feet, right over the water. So there's no obstacles for us to hit. The pappies are showing we're low. That's where we're gonna just stay at 1,000 feet. We're gonna keep turning towards final. We're gonna add a notch of flap. We're still on autopilot. We're gonna let it do most of the work to reduce our workload so we can just focus on the navigation. Once I start to see that we're getting one red, then I'll disengage the autopilot and then we'll start following the slope. Alright, we're almost there. So let's go right down to final, heading 180. There's one red. So autopilot's off. And we're gonna start our 500 foot per minute descent. Reduce the power. And just nice and gradually, maybe 300 feet per minute. Two red, two white. We're looking perfect. Speed's a little bit fast. We'll just bring the power back. Nice, long, beautiful final over the lake. Or the ocean. Yeah, I guess that's a bay from the ocean. Yeah, well, we didn't notice too many lakes in Iceland. Everything seems to flow with rivers into the ocean. It's a little bit high. We'll just correct that slightly. Speed still a little bit fast, so we'll reduce power further. We're on our slope. And our speed slowly reducing, which is perfect. Again, I'm just maintaining center line with ailerons. Not using any rudder at this moment. Speed slowly coming back. We're just gonna come over these trees. Then we're gonna reduce all the power now. Gonna start to gradually level off. Bleed the speed off completely. A little floating. There we go. Brakes are on. Maybe I'll add a little reverse. And we're here. 20 minutes. Excellent. We saved a few minutes by taking that shortcut. Marcel, thank you for the follow on TikTok. I'm also streaming on Twitch and YouTube. So if you want to see a bigger screen, head over to one of those platforms. Username is the same. So we're doing our next leg. Forget how many legs we have left. I think maybe 2 more. This is a 17-minute flight. We are going to this little airport right here. I don't know why this hop is so short. So basically we're gonna take off. We're gonna go to heading 266. We're gonna set 3,000 feet. We're not going very far. We don't have to go high. And we'll start the timer once we get airborne. So, off we go. Airspeed's alive. 60 knots, and we'll rotate. Yeah, the Caravan is awesome to fly in the simulator. "500 feet, flaps are coming up. So we're gonna go nav, vertical speed of 2,000. Okay, so it wants to follow my heading, but we're not quite there yet. We'll start a timer. Our map's not really... So we took off and we gotta do a 180. Or, hold on. No, we gotta go west. So I don't know why our nav is not following what we want to do. I think it's stuck on the previous legs because we skipped and it didn't cycle through. I see. Alright, let's make sure we don't crash before we get heads down here. Looks like we will clear this, but we're gonna have to climb a little bit higher. Let's go to 5,000 feet, vertical speed. So what I'm trying to figure out is how to sequence this GPS. It's not quite. So we'll just make sure we can outclimb this terrain. Yeah, looks like we should. Before we go heads down. Well, just for safety, let's go to 6,000 before we go heads down. So I'm trying to sequence these legs. But I haven't used this Garmin in a long time, so I'm trying to figure out how to get this up. But we could just go direct Bravo India Hotel Kilo, and it might sequence, or it might screw up the whole flight. That's what I'm trying to avoid. Yeah, I don't know how to scroll down. I can get to the flight plan, but I want to scroll down. This won't help me. This won't do anything. What does this do? That's the nav receiver. That's the tuner. Let's see where we are in space and time here. So we're at 6,000. We're looking good. Clearing all of our terrain. Yeah, I'm trying to scroll down, but it's not letting me. I don't know if anyone who's watching, if they have any experience with the Garmin. It's obviously one of these knobs to scroll this down. Because it's stuck on USR 16, which is a waypoint way back. Yeah, I'm not sure. Everything else works except sequencing through the waypoints. And I again screwed it up because we didn't hit those waypoints, so the GPS is confused. So we might just have to fly this in heading mode the rest of the trip, which is fine. That's what we were doing yesterday, but... So, looks like we got a few more people living on the north of Iceland. There's very few people living on the south. Basically, we're going here and landing at this airport. For those of you just joining the stream, we are doing the circumnavigation of Iceland. We're doing the bush trips here in the Cessna Grand Caravan. We're got an hour or so to go into our trip. As we make our way on the north side of the island. And then we finish in Reykjavik. So again, I'm not sequencing the flight plan correctly, so we're not able to use navigation, just heading select. Oh, I might have figured something out. Oh, there we go. Yes. U19. Yeah. Direct to... Enter. Where's enter? Ah, sick. We figured it out. So all I had to do was push the center knob with the right button. Half the challenge is figuring out how to fly these airplanes, but now we are good. We can go back to flight plan and it will fly the remainder of the route in nav. So now we can focus back on the chat a little bit. Thank you everybody who's joined and liked, followed. We're landing, this is a short trip, only 17 minutes. We're landing at Holmavik. It's 3,600 feet long. The flight plan, the last leg is on a heading of 047, which is about this. So I think it should line us up with a nice base onto 02. And the elevation of the field is 81 feet. So we'll still set circuit height of 1,000. We're over the water. from the diagram, from the map, the airport. So there's this bay. We're over here. We got this curvature here. Then we got this waterway, which is right there. And the airport is here somewhere. So we're over the water. So we can descend down to 1,000 feet since we're getting close. We'll start now. Bring the power back. Start down at 1,500 feet. Keep dialing our altitude down. Perfect. So we can hide this. Those of you on the stream, if you could do me a favor, I am trying to get to my first 50 Twitch followers. So if you could and go follow me on Twitch, that would help me out and be greatly appreciated. Just trying to see how many miles we have left. The GPS doesn't seem to be telling. Oh, there it is. It's up here. So we have 18 miles to go. So still quite a ways, so we can reduce our rate of descent. Don't have to go as quickly down. Add a little bit of power so we can keep our speed up. So our track's looking like it'll bring us right to the center of this little lake, which is right in front of us. And the runway, according to this picture, is paralleling the shore. So it runs somewhere here. So the goal is to level at 1,000 feet and just fly on this heading until we see the runway off our right hand side somewhere. You can see on the map that this track again will work out quite nicely. We're at 2,600 feet, 14 miles to go. So we can even reduce it down to 500 feet per minute descent. So I might be making a few buildings here, so maybe the runway is right there. Okay, we got 13 miles to go, which it says will take us 4 minutes or so, and we only have to lose 1,000 feet. So 1,000 feet divided by 2, or divided by 500 is 2, so 2 minutes to descend. So we will be at circuit height with 2 minutes to spare, so that vertical descent is looking correct. So that's kind of the mental math you would be doing as a pilot. I'm gonna work on a video about how much math you actually need to become a pilot. It's not a lot. You should still take grade 11 and 12 math in high school. That's also a common question I get is, do you need math in high school? And you should take it. because some aviation programs do require math. Some require physics. Alright, we're at 1600 feet. We have 3.5 minutes to go. Looking perfect. I am starting to see the runway. So I'm happy that we're going to be on a nice base. And then we can turn the autopilot off and turn a nice final. Alright, we're about to level here at 1,000 feet. Nice beautiful scenery here over the inlet of the ocean. So now we're leveling at 1,000 feet. I'm gonna start to reduce my power so we can get around the 100 knot. I mean, let's see. We still have 6 miles to go. And the caravan does slow down quite quickly, but so yeah, pretty sure this is the runway. We want to make sure we see it before we get too far into the terrain. Otherwise we're going to hit the terrain, so we don't want to do that. I can scooch over just to give us a better view. And we'll kind of keep looking this direction. So maybe it's over here. Yeah, so we got 1,000 feet RA call, so radio altitude. I am starting to see some lights, so we can make our turn towards that direction. We're still on nav, so let's put heading. Keep leading the power back, adding notch of flaps. I think the runway starts right here. Yeah, there it is. So we're gonna do about a 500 feet per minute descent. We're gonna keep leading the speed back. And we're just gonna hug this terrain, or basically fly over this road. The runway is at 80 feet, so we are maybe a little bit high. So we'll descend at about 700-800 feet per minute. There's no pappies, so we're gonna have to eyeball it. Speed's coming back. I'm gonna reduce my sink rate a little bit. Adding a little bit of power, so that looks to be about right. We're gonna avoid these power lines off our left. Power's at idle. Now we're gonna really aim for the center of the runway. Sometimes I forget to readjust the view so it looks skewed, but go leveling gradually. Bit high, pulling back. Touch down. Add a little reverse. Center line control. And we made it. 24 minutes it took us. So we're refueled. We got another 12-minute flight. Basically in a straight line to this airport here. So it's heading 316. Let's just get our cockpit set up better. Ah, it's basically straight up. We'll take off in a left turn. Go to... So not super high terrain. So let's start with 3000. Go from there. Alright. We'll do a bit of a static run up. Holding the brakes, full power. And here we go. Airspeed's alive. 60 knots. And we're airborne. .500 feet. Flaps are coming up. We'll set vertical speed for the climb mode. Heading select, autopilot's on. Let's climb a little bit more aggressively at 2,000 feet. How's our terrain looking? Not too bad, but it is rising, so we'll keep climbing to 4,000 feet. So we're in heading select. We need to be in nav. Make a slight correction to the left, and we'll get that CDI dead in the center. The GPS has another waypoint there. Ah, so it's a little waypoint and then another small leg to the landing. Alright. The CDI is slowly coming in. I don't want to do a big intercept just so it doesn't start turning back and forth, but the CDI is moving nice and gradual. There's our level off altitude, 4,000 feet. We're gonna accelerate. Once the CDI comes in, then I'll hit nav. And then the GPS will follow the navigation. While we're cruising straight and level, let me know if you have any aviation questions. So basically, CDI is almost there. So let's see what happens if we push nav. We'll just do a little bit of a heading correction. Not a lot. There, it's captured it. So this runway looks to be nicely paved. It's the Isaf Yordur Airport. 4,500 feet long, asphalt. It's right down the mountain slope. And looking at it, well, we'll have to get a little bit closer. I'm not sure if we have to cross this mountain and then drop down in the valley, or we're coming in from this direction. It's hard to see on the map at the moment, but it's sea level and it's 4,500 feet long. So if we can zoom in on the map a little bit, we'll see. Aha. So it is the first thing that I thought. That's why we're flying here, and then it's gonna take us to the runway, because we have to descend in the valley. I forgot to start my time. I'll do that now. But we do have a nice GPS, so it's gonna take us 3 minutes to this waypoint. 9.5 miles to that waypoint. This altitude should take us over the ridge, but if we have to climb up, we will. Yeah, a lot more airports on the north side of Iceland. Definitely more people seem to be living on this side than the south side. I'm not sure if that has to do with the wind or how the weather systems move across the country. But a little bit more flat. Less glaciers, a few more lakes on this side. But not many people, if any at all. If you've been to Iceland, let me know. So we're just 3 hours into our stream. It's a 4-hour circumnavigation of all of Iceland. So this is a pretty cool bush trip. Definitely enjoying this one. So we're approaching our waypoint here. "50 seconds to go. Then we'll see the remainder. So I think it's gonna be this ridge. And then we'll have to do an aggressive descent. We're only at 4,000 feet. So even if we go at 2,000 feet per minute descent, that's only 1.5 minutes, so should be all right. Again, we'll let the GPS or the airplane fly the GPS track. Okay, 7 minutes for this little leg. I wonder how long it would take to drive around all of Iceland. Or if it's even possible. I don't know. Like, it's interesting that this road follows this little peninsula and then they made a bridge. And then the road goes down here. There's another bridge. So you could probably drive around the island. Oh, there's some cars below us. There's lots of traffic on the highway. Going to work, going home. So now that we're looking at it, we're crossing this ridge here, which is here. Then we have a few of these smaller ones, which are these guys. And then we have the big one, which is this. So I think we are at a good altitude, but we're gonna have to watch that. And if we have to climb, then we'll have to get back down a little bit quicker. At this moment, it looks like we will cross the ridge, but let's just keep this view. Those of you just joining the stream, we're doing the circumnavigation of Iceland. At this point, I think we're on our 5th leg. I already lost track. But we're coming close to complete the circumnavigation. We're just on the north side of the island. If we zoom out, we only have these 2 legs before we finish here in Reykjavik. So we're landing here. We're gonna land there maybe. Then we got a straight beeline, more or less. We might save a little bit of time, skip a few of these waypoints, maybe skip these guys, just go straight across and then go straight down. So we're getting close. Oh, we got our first major kind of town. I haven't seen any towns till now. Cool. Yeah, basically I think everybody just lives on the north side of the island. So let's see where we are. Are we over the ridge? No. So we have one more to go. So this one, and I think this is where we will start descending. Yeah, first town. That's exciting. Got a bit of a marina. Some houses here. Not a lot, but not as many glaciers here. There are a lot more on the very south of the island. Alright, so we're crossing this ridge. So one more. We're gonna descend right after this one. So let's queue up our altitude. 1,000 feet for circuit height. And let's start down at 1,000 till we clear the ridge. There's the airport. So now we can really descend aggressively. I'll bring the power back before we kill ourselves. There we go. So we might just have to fly visually, because there's no way we can lose all this altitude. So autopilot's coming off. Power's at idle. I'm just gonna fly down this valley. And we might even have to go over some of this terrain, do a little bit of a teardrop. Now, this is definitely a challenging approach. I would have come over the water. The way they flight plan this wouldn't be my first choice of approach angle, because you can see there's a mountain in our way. So I'm just gonna start adding flaps. I think I'm gonna use all the flaps because I want to really get a slow enough ground speed. Because look, we gotta come over this highway. Oh, this is one of the landing challenges airport. I've been here before. So yeah, I know exactly what to do. Basically, you have to come over this road and do a nice tight approach. I don't think I got an A on this. It's a hard one. But basically, that's what we're doing. Oh. Looked like the prop stopped spinning. What's going on? Are we in feather? It sometimes does that. There. Oof. Don't want to be in feather. So, let's see. How was our view? View looks okay. Let's see, a little bit higher there. Alright, a little bit fast. Gonna have to use a little bit of reverse on this. Oh, a little float. Reverse is on. Brakes. Yeah, that's a tough one. Ward Air Flyer. What would you consider to be the hardest license rating to get during flight training? I would say the IFR. I remember doing my IFR and I was just so lost in time and space, watching all the needles and cross, and you know, like, it takes a while to really get your head wrapped around IFR flying. Basically, because you can't see anything, so you have to visualize everything in your head. Now, how much runway do we have behind us? We're kind of in the middle. So let's do a quick little backtrack, or let's go. Yeah, let's go towards this end and then take off the other direction. So 281 is what we want to set on the heading. That's where we're going first. Set our altitude of 5,000. Because I think we gotta cross a few ridges. We're not going all the way to the end. This airplane can take off in 800 feet, so I'm just giving ourselves a little bit of room. Oh, come on. It turns way better in real life. That was pretty rough. So we're gonna get on center, do a bit of a static takeoff. Okay, full power, here we go. It's a 13-minute flight, so another short hop. Full power, brakes are off. And thanks Ward Air Flyer for the follow on Twitch. Really appreciate it. My first goal was to get to our 50 followers. And let's start the turn, heading 281, which is basically down this valley. 500 feet, bring the flaps up, keep accelerating. Looks like we can hit nav right away. Vertical speed. And autopilot's on. It's still in roll mode, so there. Now it's in nav mode. Let's keep climbing a little bit more aggressively. 3,000. Oh no, we got 5,000, so that should work. It might just take us slightly to the left of this mountain. Ward Air Flyer, are you working on your flight training right now? Or where are you doing your flight training? Where are you joining the stream from? I'll start our timer. I think again we can shave a little bit of distance, so we can maybe shave this corner. Let's go into heading select and go to the next waypoint. I aced the Met portion of my PPL. Instrument has a lot of Met questions. A bit worried about memorizing all the procedures. Smoky, Alberta. Oh, you're in Alberta, yeah man. My in-laws got evacuated on the west coast of Alberta. But yeah, congrats on passing the Met. Keep working hard. Memorizing all the procedures. I mean, it just takes time. There's no shortcut, that's for sure. So much studying, yeah. It's a lot of studying, and the studying never ends. And that's what people don't really understand about our profession. We're always studying. The whole career you're going to be studying. If you're not studying procedures, you're studying systems, or you're preparing for a flight test or another test. I mean, we're always studying. If you hate studying, this is not the easiest profession. Alright, looks like this altitude is gonna clear us of all terrain. I'm gonna try to get us... I got a question pop up, so maybe I'll answer that. Dylan, hey, quick question. What are your opinions on the flight path program at Springbank? I haven't studied it in detail, so I can't comment on the pros and cons. And also, I don't know the fine print. Do you have to get a job with that company if you do their program? Or what's kind of the transition from that program? Also, these airline sponsored programs are a little bit more expensive, but they don't give you a job either. So you could probably do the flight training cheaper and faster, maybe somewhere else. Yeah, Ward Air, I wish I could do Mount Royal, but tuition is like 90,000. Yeah, that's the thing. To pay that premium, same with Dylan there, just to get an interview. We're in a massive pilot shortage. You will get an interview. And to pay $90,000 just for an interview is ridiculous. So I wouldn't take a program just for that opportunity. Their pilots are about to strike. They cannot keep pilots. So if you just want to do the program for the interview, don't do it. If you're doing it because it's cheaper or it's faster, if it gives you an integrated ATPL, which means you write the ATPL exams as part of the program, then that's viable because those exams are hard to pass. So if you can do it under their curriculum, I recommend it. So we're almost intercepting this leg, so I'm going to hit nav and then I'll follow the rest of the trip. Just for the diploma and CPL, crazy. Yeah, you don't need a diploma either. Anyone who tells you you need a diploma is lying. Again, we're in a pilot shortage. The only reason diplomas were necessary in the past is because that was one of the ways they eliminated pilots from the hiring pool. These days, there are not enough pilots, so they will take you. If you have a heartbeat, they will take you. Yeah, I found they're charging much more than other schools in Calgary, Dylan. 100%. You're paying a premium for the brand with no job guarantee. That's unnecessary. The reason they have to do that is because they need a feeder system. They need to feed their own corporation. But it doesn't benefit you. It only benefits them because they're making money off you and then essentially not giving you a job. Our system of training is completely the opposite of Europe. In Europe, you go through an airline's cadet program and then you get a job with that airline. In Canada, it's not like that. So why would you pay for a premium with zero guarantees? So those are my 2 cents on it. If you want to get a diploma that's useful in life, like a business diploma, all these aviation diplomas are completely dumb. Like aircraft or airport management aviation diploma. Bunch of big words that don't mean anything and don't translate to real world jobs. Unless you want to be an airport manager, you don't need an airport or aircraft or any of those management diplomas. Again, it's just a piece of paper because back in the day you did need some post-secondary. These days you do not. So don't waste your money. Your only goal right now in our industry is to get through the flight training as quickly as possible with as minimal debt. If you guys have watched my how to pay for pilot training video I just posted a week or so ago, I kind of outline all the financial options available for pilots in Canada. So if you haven't seen that, go check it out. Ward, any restrictions on pilots having upper dentures? Had an accident and lost all my upper teeth. 0. Teeth have no bearing on aviation medical. They don't even ask about that. I've never been asked about my teeth or my fillings or anything. So no. If you can get your category 1 medical, that's almost like a personal medical question. They have no authorization to really ask you. Okay, so we are hitting this waypoint here. We got one more coming up, and then we're gonna land at Bipa Airport, which is right here. It's again at 16 feet elevation, 4,500 feet long. Plenty of room. The challenge again is going to be descending over the water. I'm thinking, so we're just passing this inlet here. Then we got a small one ahead of us, which is this. What I might do, because the last approach sucked, I might go and heading select and just fly further out so we can descend over the water a little bit easier. I don't like all these approaches doing like towards terrain, especially on a VFR day. VFR especially. Once we cross this ridge, we'll see. We'll have a better idea of how high we are. I will pre-select our altitude of 1,000 feet for circuit height, just so we don't waste time doing that later. Okay, that's set. I'm gonna try my best to find it. It looks like it's somewhere here, according to this picture. It protrudes. There's a little bay. Hard to see. Maybe here. Maybe right here. But I'm not really seeing it super clearly yet. We have quite a bit of altitude, so we could start our descent now. At least 500 feet per minute. Bring some power back so we don't overspeed. Let's get rid of this map. I feel like it should be here. Yeah, and I think I'm right. So I'm gonna go ahead and select and just go a little bit to the right. Just to set us up for a little bit better of a down or base. Then a nice long final. Now that we're getting past the ridge, we can accelerate our descent. Let's see if this. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that's the runway. Hey Ward, I'll answer your question after this landing. We'll just make sure we don't screw this up. I'll keep descending now at 2,500 feet per minute. Power's at idle, so we don't overspeed. Basically, we're looking... There's the runway, so we got lights, so we can turn a little bit more towards a 45-degree intercept. We're at 3,300 feet. So looking not bad. Let's turn away from terrain. Circuit height is 1,000, so we got another 1,000 feet to go, but we still got to decelerate and bring the flaps down. How's this heading? Let's see here. Yep, looking not too bad, so we can disengage the autopilot. Come on, there we go. Slowly bring the airspeed back. Whoa, that glare is gonna be challenging, but we can do it. Speed's coming back, so 1 notch of flaps. 2nd notch of flaps, so we're just all fast and high, so we're gonna use all the flaps. And the caravan slows down quite quickly, so we can definitely get this approach under control. This is another reason we don't wear polarized sunglasses. With this glare and the propeller harmonics, you would be definitely getting some serious vertigo. Alright, the pappies seem to be coming in. Speed's bleeding off. I'm raising my nose. I got a touch of power just to get us to the runway. Okay, powered idle. Gradual pullback. Bleed the speed. Brakes are on. There, not a bad approach. Sterile cockpit, you got it, Ward. Don't ask me questions on approaches. Alright, we made it. So I think we got the last leg here. Pretty sure. Let's see what the map says. Yeah, Burke, which is Reykjavik. It's our last leg of our circumnavigation across Iceland. So let's set ourselves up. We're starting on a heading of 187, which is slightly to our right as we take off. A right turn. Climb to 5,000. I want to get a quadrant that helps me turn all of these altitudes a lot faster, so it's something I want to add to my setup here, but you know, money. So here we go. Hold the brakes a little bit, release the brakes, and off we go. So let's set it to 1 notch of flaps. Airspeed's alive. 60 knots. We're airborne. .500 feet. Flaps are coming up. Lower our nose so we can accelerate. How's our terrain look? Yeah, I'll climb a little bit more over the water before we engage the autopilot. Vertical speed. Okay, autopilot's on. Let's just make sure we don't hit the hills. We'll increase the climb rate to 2,500. Alright, looking okay. So Ward, have you ever had an experience in the air that discouraged you from continuing to fly during your training or your career? In the beginning, I did get quite a lot of motion sickness. I did make a video about that on my YouTube channel, but I would get airsick quite often in the beginning of my training. So in the beginning, I wasn't sure if I would even be able to get through a full training flight. But over time, I figured out the techniques that worked. That's why I made a video about it, to help other pilots figure that out quicker. Because yeah, it's a serious disadvantage if you're constantly getting motion sickness in the air and you can't do your maneuvers. During my career, nothing. You will come across difficult people, I should say. That's where your kind of CRM, your crew resource management skills are going to be built. How to deal with people. So I've flown with some arrogant pilots and captains before, but that hasn't really made me not want to continue the career. Otherwise, bad instructor, terrifying experience. Not for me. All of my instructors wanted to be there. They wanted to do a good job. I haven't had bad instructors. And anytime you hear those stories of bad instructing, it's not the instructing, it's just the personality conflict. And if that ever happens, it's up to you to change instructors. You don't have to be with the same instructor just because you started with them. And it's nothing personal. You can literally just say, I want a different instructor. Alright, let's start our time before I forget. Yours truly, can you do a new video regarding pay in the airlines? I will be making one after the summer. I'm waiting for this latest pilot strike drama to see how it progresses. Because there's only one or two companies that have actually changed the pay. So my airline pay video, or my pilot pay video, is still fairly accurate till now. When a few more airlines sign new contracts here in Canada, I'll be making a video once they do. Because not everyone has accepted the pilot shortage. The major airlines have more or less accepted. Whether they publicly admit to it or not is a different question, but they have been attempting to retain pilots. My company I'm with offered a $50,000 bonus after 3 years with the airline. Because everybody was leaving to Air Canada, so they had to do something. Okay, let's hit nav, and then we'll follow the rest of the flight plan. We might take a shortcut here or two. It is 47 minutes long, and we've been streaming for 4 hours almost. So I do have to go and do some yard work as well before my wife kills me. But yeah, Ward, nothing major that would make me want to stop this career. COVID came close because I couldn't continue as a first officer with this level of inflation. That's why I switched companies and I went to work as a captain for another Canadian airline. Why can't they pay be as close as the US? Canadian airlines can expand their reach. Canada has two issues. Our demographic population. The US has 10 times our population. They're at 30 million. And we're at only 8 or 10. Because of that, they support many more airlines to create competition. Competition keeps prices lower. Let me just make sure. This mountain is pretty big, so it looks like we might be going right to the middle of it. So before I continue talking, let's climb to 8,000 feet. Yeah, so that's the first problem, is our population. We cannot support as many airlines. You can't figure out who I fly for? That's your guys' challenge. I haven't made it a public announcement because politics. Anyway, the second reason is of our high airport fees. Canada has, I don't know, the highest or some of the highest airport fees in the whole world. And because of that, it creates part of the ticket. So like your base fare for the airline might be, let's say, $150. But 30 to 50 of that, like Toronto has like $50 airport fee per passenger. So they pass that on to you. So now it's $200 for the ticket. Then you have another air traffic control fee. So our air traffic control system is NAV Canada. It's a private company and they charge you for using that service. Air traffic controllers have to get paid. Ward, you gotta go. Wife is back. Appreciate the feedback. I hope you get your 50 followers. Thank you very much. Thank you for following the Twitch stream. Enjoy the rest of your day. And your last comment, yes, it's one of those two companies. It'll help everybody narrow down. So yours truly, Ward made that comment on my Twitch. So if you want to go to my Twitch, you might see that comment. Have a good weekend, Ward. Enjoy the hot weather. And stay away from the forest fires. Hopefully you get your training done. Yours truly, yeah. So those are the two reasons why our pay cannot get close to the US. Saf, thanks for the Twitch follow. I am assuming that's you, yours truly, on TikTok. Yeah, the reason we don't reveal who we work for is, again, politics. A lot of companies try to penalize pilots based on their social media. So many of us don't really reveal that information. I'm gonna take a bit of a shortcut again. Because this leg is so long, we're gonna just fly across the bay here. So we'll just go to heading select and intercept this track halfway here. Yeah, so my last company would really penalize pilots if they said anything that the company didn't like. So they would keep a tight leash on their pilots, what they can post on social media. Ah, there, yours truly. Welcome to Twitch. Saf, hello. So I guess you're a different person that signed up. So thank you very much for joining the stream and following my Twitch. We're getting closer one step at a time to our 50 followers. Saf, where are you tuning in from? Those who are just tuning in, we are finishing our circumnavigation of Iceland. I'm from Sweden. Hey, nice. There is a bush trip challenge in Sweden, so we'll be doing that one of these lives. Today we're doing the circumnavigation of Iceland. We're on the last leg of our trip. I am taking a few shortcuts here and there because it is quite a long stream. I'm already at 4 hours. Trying to get this all done in one day, so taking a few shortcuts here and there. And Vinman, welcome to the stream. Where are you joining us from? Yeah, 4 hours is a little bit long, but it gives everyone an opportunity to jump in and join the stream, ask their questions. In the past, I've been doing 2-hour streams, and it's just not giving everybody enough time. So a lot of people miss the stream. So I'm trying to do less streams, but for longer. Windsor, Ontario. Nice. Acme Airlines. Not sure which Acme airline you're referring to. There's maybe a few we could guess in Canada. Yeah, that's what everyone's trying to guess, Saf. I work for a Canadian airline. It's a low-cost airline here in Canada. Are you a pilot, Saf, or what's your story? Are you in flight training? Let us know. So we are approaching the western side now. Yes, F, it's one of those. The rest you'll have to figure out which one. Again, as I was saying, companies do like to muzzle their pilots, especially on social media. And that's why many of us don't really publicly state who we work for. There you go, yours truly. It's not a hard guess. Well, I don't know what you figured out. Maybe you figured it out wrong. But yeah, pilots have been fired for social media posts. My company is so far okay. They're also a younger company, so they don't mind good and bad publicity, if you will. Of course, I would never blatantly say anything negative about any company I work for. But even some of the joke posts you make on social media can be interpreted differently or not in a positive light. So what we say, or we do have to be careful how we portray ourselves on social media. So I'm just shaving off a little bit of this corner here. Just this leg is 47 minutes long. I don't really want to fly for a full 47 minutes. Right now, the magenta line is still here, so I'm not sure if we're going to confuse the GPS or not. I'm intercepting here. Sometimes it cycles through, but I'm not sure if it will. If it doesn't, I figured it out once. Maybe I can do it again. Sappho, I'm actually just 13 years old, but I've taken some ground school lessons. Awesome, okay. Flying every day on VATSIM IFR. I'll also fly on the 2nd May in a Sakota. I did sign up for VATSIM. Okay, it doesn't look like it's gonna sequence, so let's oh, it did. Nice. Push nav, and that should fly it. Cool. Okay, we're getting back to the chat. Yeah, so I did sign up for VATSIM. I submitted my license, so everything is approved. But I haven't played yet. I am waiting to get the Boeing 737 MAX pmdg. But I'm just saving a little bit of money before I buy that. But there's enough of these landing challenges and navigation things to do in the simulator for free, so I'm just doing these for now. Trying to build up my Twitch channel a little bit. Yes, Af, I'm really impressed with the simulator. When I was doing flight training 15-20 years ago, it was basically Windows 95. Graphics were terrible. You could basically just use it for IFR procedures and just a few things here and there. But now that I've seen some YouTube videos of people playing simulator in 4K, yeah, this is a game changer. I mean, look at this terrain. At 8,000 feet, you would be hard pressed to tell the difference between gameplay and real world life. Like, I'm very impressed. So as part of my YouTube channel, I want to create some private pilot lesson plans on Microsoft Flight Simulator. Create a bit of a series so that it can help future pilots prepare for their lessons in real life. Especially with how expensive flight training is, I think it will be very helpful for pilots. Yeah, yours truly. I've done quite a bit of flying out of Abbotsford. I'm based in Vancouver. Sometimes they would send us to Abbotsford. All of last December I actually spent in Abbotsford flying. So there you go. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Saf. That is the challenge of this profession, that you can use your or lose your medical. Hey Maz, thanks for joining the Twitch chat. Or sorry, you're on TikTok. Are you Jewish? I am not Jewish. I am from Eastern Europe originally, and I immigrated to Canada in 1995. And I live in British Columbia. You're a real-life pilot? Yeah, I'm a captain on a 737 here in Canada. I fly for one of our ultra-low-cost airlines. Thanks for joining the stream. We are just finishing the last leg of our Iceland circumnavigation. I'm going to be posting the whole stream later on my YouTube channel, so you guys can go and check out some of the earlier legs. All of my live streams have time codes in the description, so later you guys can go to the time codes and kind of jump through the video so you don't have to watch all of 4 or 5 hours out of it. Academics is really tough in flying. Where are you joining us from, Maz? Which country are you from? So again, I'm gonna cut this corner a little bit. We're gonna skip Bika and go to kind of this waypoint over Bibo. So let's set a heading about there. And we'll go to heading select. Just fly over the water a little bit. Shave a couple more minutes off. P-Star exam is really hard, bro. Lots of memorizing of 200 questions. So you're in Canada, I'm guessing? Yeah, the P-Star is not... It's just a tip of the iceberg, my friend. You're gonna have to do a lot more memorizing. P-star is just the beginning, man. And that's the part about aviation people underestimate. We are basically studying the whole part of our career. Studying never ends. I've probably forgotten more things than I've ever learned. That's why we're always reviewing and studying, because we can't keep it all in our head all the time. There's so much information and knowledge we have to know. Saf, it's really hard to use the computer in the plane for the sim and flight plan and everything. Yeah. I'm gonna be doing real IFR flights in the flight simulator later. I want to break down a whole IFR flight from start to finish, so I'll be making those kind of videos in the future on my YouTube channel. So I got lots in the pipeline for Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's actually finally a real viable training tool. It was pretty bad for a long time, but now they finally caught up with the times. The airplanes are accurate, the graphics are accurate. And then flying these challenges is actually really enjoyable for pilots like myself. Hey, Divider of Worlds, welcome to the Twitch. Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Oh yeah, as I was saying, for pilots like myself, and many pilots, we will probably never fly in these areas in real life. And so doing these challenges actually is really enjoyable, because it's country that we might not fly in, but the detail of the terrain is basically real life. That's how it would look like. And so I could almost say we flew there. How many questions are on the P-star? Currently studying. Maz is on TikTok. That's where he asked the question. Maz, how many questions on the P-star? 50 questions. That sounds about right. There you go, yours truly. 50 questions on the P-star. And it's not a hard exam, guys. P-star is, again, the tip of the iceberg. It's just the beginning to get your brain wrapped around absorbing information. Flying is all about hours. That's too many years. Flying is all about hours. That is our profession. Our experience is measured by how many hours in our logbook. Of course, there's real life experience, which is your hands and feet, how well you fly the airplane. But yeah, to get a job, to get a type rating, to upgrade to a captain position, it's all about the hours, and that's why it takes a long time. I've been flying for 20 years since I started. I started at 16 years old, and I'm about to hit 7,000 hours. So not every year I've flown a lot. We had 2 years of the pandemic that shaved off 1,000 hours of my flying. Some years you will be flying 300 hours. Another year you could be flying 1,000 hours. So on average though, in my career, I averaged about 400 to 500 hours. Maz, what airline are you flying with? You have to guess. I'm not publicly mentioning who I work for, but it's a Canadian ultra low cost airline. I'm a captain on the 737. Most pilots won't make it to majors because of tough selection. That's not true. We're in a deep pilot shortage right now. As soon as you have 1,000 hours to 1,500, the airlines will be begging you to work for them. Times have changed a lot. Yours truly is a 1,500 necessary. They should pick from 300 hours and make new pilots fly with seasoned captains. No airline in Canada currently has a correct and proper cadet program. That's what they do in Europe. So in Europe, they take somebody from zero, they take them through their cadet program, their airline-sponsored flight school, and they take you from zero to exactly how they want you to fly the airplanes. So they hold your hand through the whole process. Canada doesn't have that kind of a system. And it's not the captain's responsibility to train. Once you're at an airline, you should be both competent and professional pilots to just do your job. Flying school is where you learn to fly. And then it's the company's responsibility to train you on their airplane and on their procedures. Captains will, of course, help you and guide you. They're your mentors. And that's what first officers is all about. Learning from your captains. But captains aren't there to teach you to fly. And that's a difference between the European model and the Canadian model. The 1,500 hour is necessary for your airline transport license. You need that license to become a captain. The interview at Air Canada is tough. I don't think so. None of the interviews are really tough. I do have a video on my YouTube channel. I don't know, Maz, if you've seen my YouTube channel. Basically, it's dedicated to helping young pilots and new pilots answer all the questions about aviation. So I have a video on how to pass an interview. If you watch that video, you will pass any interview. My channel name is the same across all of my social media, Aviator Inspirations. Everything is linked in the bio. So do not pay for an interview prep course. You don't need it. If you watch my free video and you follow it, you will pass your interview, I guarantee it. Pilots interview in Canada are not hard. And we are in a pilot shortage. Basically, the major thing that will make you fail an interview, let's just hit nav here before we blow through our center line. The thing that will make you fail an interview is your attitude. If you have a bad attitude and you're a difficult person to get along with, that's what airlines don't want. One second, guys. Yeah, so as I was saying, they want to hire people, or I should say, if somebody can't spend a 4-hour trip with you in the flight deck and they want to strangle you, these are the types of people the airlines don't want. Crew resource management is super critical in aviation. If you cannot get along with people or learn to get along with people, then the airlines don't want you. You'll be stuck in the lower tier airlines like the regionals or smaller. Because you are flying 100 to 200 people, real people, whose lives are in your hands. So if you cannot get along as a crew, that jeopardizes safety. And there's nothing more liability-wise than that. And that's basically how airlines pick their people. Of course, you need the hours, you need the skills and qualifications, but your attitude is the final decision maker. Alright guys, so as we hit this waypoint, we're gonna shave off this whole corner, because we don't need to fly all the way around. We're just gonna go right to the airport. So we're gonna kind of pick a heading of 165 or so, and go heading select. So I hope that kind of answers the question there, yours truly. Same with you, Maz. Basically, if you follow my format in that video, using that format, I have never failed an interview. It doesn't necessarily mean you will hired right away. You could be placed in a pool, they call them. So a pool of qualified pilots for whom they don't have a position at the moment. Jazz was pretty bad with that, at least when I was applying there. I never got the job because I was in their hiring pool for a whole year. Back then there were less jobs, so they just put pilots in pools and you sit there in limbo and wait for a potential job offer. So I was in their pool for a whole year, and in that time I applied to other airlines who gave me an offer and I took it. So then Jazz lost out. As pilot shortage is about hours because they need applicants with enough hours. Yes and no. The first job in aviation is still the hardest job you will ever find. That hasn't changed. So yes, I agree with you there. The first job is the hardest job to find. But once you have that first job, you get your first 500 hours. At 500 hours, your world opens up. Now you can get a job on a Cessna 206, a Caravan, King Air. And basically you have a lot more job options. Let's just go a little bit more direct to the airport here. So yes, that's why flight instructing, as you're mentioning Maz there, is the easiest way to get your first job, because we're in a pilot shortage and there's a flight instructor shortage. So not enough flight instructors. So if you have the extra $8,000, or you can find a way to get that money, I recommend flight instructing. Not everyone wants to teach. That's fair. No big deal. You can get a ramp/flying job. Do not just get a ramp job. We're in a pilot shortage, guys. Do not go to Buffalo and Yellowknife and work on the ramp for 2 years. Do not do that. They are still trying to take advantage of pilots. Oh, we can actually see the runway. So we're going to start a descent here to 5,000 to start, maybe 4,000. But once you have the first 500 hours, then your opportunities open up. Then your next goal is 1,500 hours, because that's what you need to write your ATPL. I don't recommend joining the airlines before getting your ATPL. Reason being, you need pilot and command hours as part of your ATPL. Yours truly, Encore was trying to get guys at 700-800 hours, so yes, they are desperate. They will take guys with 500 potentially if they cannot fix the shortage. So once you get your ATPL, then you can become a first officer on a 737 in Canada. That is unheard of. I couldn't get a King Air job with 2,500 hours about 10 years ago. So the fact that you can get right seat on a 737 at 1,500 hours is unprecedented. You can skip the airlines altogether. Or the regionals, I should say. Most airlines in the Middle East and Asia want type-rated pilots. Again, yes. The Europe, Middle East, Asia is a completely different training system. That's why I would never go there until I have enough jet experience so that I didn't have to go there as a first officer. You only want to take those jobs as a captain if you can. Unless you're from there, your family there, and you can live there, you can get citizenship or residency, work visas, that kind of thing. Alright, we're just gonna, looking a little bit high, we're at 1,500, 5,300 feet. Let's keep going to 1,000 feet. So yeah guys, the landscape has changed dramatically. So your only goal right now in life is how quickly you can get to 1,500 hours in your ATPL. Back home, depends which country. Everyone's looking for pilots right now. The whole world is in a pilot shortage. America's trying to steal them from Australia. Australia is trying to steal them from Canada. Europe is trying to get pilots from everywhere. We're in a, or I call them musical chairs right now. Pilots literally can go anywhere. But there's definitely no shortcuts. So if you're thinking you're going to be making $1 million anytime soon, that's not the case. You still have to build your experience. You still need to build hours. You still need to be a safe and competent pilot. Do Canadian pilots make up to 300 per year? I can't remember off the top of my head what the max pay scale at Air Canada is. It's around $350. Don't quote me, but you could probably find the pay scale online. If you Google Air Canada pay scale, I'm sure you'll find something. So yeah guys, don't worry about the hours. Focus more about getting your 1,500 hours in the ATPL as quickly as possible. Hey Math, thanks for the TikTok follow. Can you just remain first officer if you don't want to be captain? Yes, you can. There are career first officers, but the pay is quite low. So if you can afford the pay, yes, in theory, you can remain a first officer forever. You don't really want to do that. Your goal should be to become a captain one day, which is going to be my next video on my YouTube channel. So if you want to subscribe, you don't want to miss that video. Okay, so autopilot's off. We're going to add the flaps. We're a little bit high. Going to add all the flaps just to help us sink. And this is Reykjavik, guys. This is where the majority of the population in Iceland lives. If we had a little bit more time, we would have flown around Reykjavik and checked out some of the sites. Maybe another day we can do that, but basically, yeah, this is the city. This is where everyone lives. Population, we looked it up earlier in the flight, is 375,000 in all of Iceland. Our population in Vancouver and all of mainland is 2 million. Yep, Canada is the lowest paying country in the world for pilots right now. That's why everyone's leaving, and this is why we have a massive pilot shortage issue. I would love to go to the US and make $500,000 right now, but they're not giving work visas to pilots from Canada. Here we go, our last landing of our circumnavigation of Iceland. Let's see if we can't nail it. It's a nice big long runway. Power's at idle, we're bleeding off the speed, just level here, pulling back. And there's the touchdown. Brakes are coming on. And that's it. There's the whole circumnavigation of Iceland. We did it. It was 4 hours, but ended up being around closer to 4.5 hours. We took a few shortcuts, so this flight time is never accurate, I'm finding. Alright, Maz. Yeah, all good questions. I'll just answer them real quick, and then we'll be done for today's stream. So, why Canada bad for pay? Because we have such a small population, there's not as many companies to create competition. The more airlines, the more competition, the lower the prices. Right now we do have too many airlines for the amount of people. Canada has 10 million people, the US has 300 million people. Right? 30 or 300? I'm a little tired after a 4-hour stream here. Let's see what Google says. Population USA. Yeah, 330 million people. So they have 10 times their population. So they have that many more airlines to compete, to keep prices low. Second reason is our airport fees are some of the highest in the whole world. So like Toronto charges $50 per person for landing fees, and then you have air traffic control fees. So all that said and done, our population does not support that many airlines. Right now we have too many, and that's why we are in a pilot shortage. And that's a short answer. And why we can't get visas to the US, my guess it's a political issue. If the US opened up their border, all of Canada would leave. Every single pilot would leave. Our economy would collapse. So that's why they will not allow Canadian pilots to come. Unless you're a dual citizen. Otherwise you won't get a work visa. So thank you guys for joining the stream. Really enjoyed this navigation. Follow me on my YouTube channel. I will be posting the next streams I'll be doing there as a post. Turn on the notification, of course. Sometimes I do a live just sporadically if I'm sitting on reserve. I might jump on a live stream. We're going to continue with these bush trips. Thank you everybody who subscribed to my Twitch channel. Maz, if you have Twitch, go give me a follow. I'm trying to get to my first 50 followers. Otherwise, enjoy your weekend. It's going to be a hot one. Thank you for joining. We'll catch you on the live stream, guys. Thanks for joining.